Hey guys, tonight we're travelling back a few thousand years to a land of sand, pyramids, and surprisingly creative ways to alter your consciousness. You know ancient Egypt for mummies and pharaohs, but you probably don't know what getting high was like back then. Spoiler alert, you wouldn't last a day. Before we drift into this hazy little history, take a second to like the video, subscribe if you actually enjoy these weird, unsettling bedtime journeys, and drop a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is there. It's always strangely fun to see how many of you are falling asleep across different time zones. Dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft white noise. Let's ease into the warm, dusty high of ancient Egypt together. Congratulations, you've just woken up in ancient Egypt. No, not the postcard version with golden temples glistening in the desert sun while mysterious priests chant softly in the distance. No, you're here, really here, the 18th dynasty, right around 1350 BCE, the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep III is nearing its twilight, and his weird son, Akhenaten, is about to start rewriting religion, but that drama hasn't fully exploded yet. Right now, you're just a regular person, and the universe doesn't care about your comfort level. The first thing you notice is heat. Not just heat like you're used to, a mild summer afternoon with some ice water nearby, but an oppressive, intimate heat. It clings to you. It's in your nostrils, in your armpits, in the small of your back. The thick, humid breath of the Nile mixes with the dry desert breeze, creating a sensation that feels less like weather and more like a slow, persistent attack on your will to live. You're lying on a sleeping platform that's basically a woven mat thrown over a wooden frame, topped with straw. Comfort was not invented yet. Your pillow is a carved wooden headrest that cradles your skull at a weird angle, forcing your neck into a position that whispers, "You will hate this when you're older," except you're not even allowed to get old here. In ancient Egypt, reaching your 40s qualifies you as an ancient artifact yourself. The sounds begin next, roosters crowing in the distance, the occasional braying of a donkey, children already squabbling nearby. The Nile isn't far, and you can hear the rhythmic slapping of women beating laundry against smooth stones. There's also the buzzing of flies. The flies never leave. They are your constant companions, as loyal as your family dog would be, if Egyptians had family dogs. They don't. They have cats, and you're not the cat. You're the scratching, sweating, mosquito-bitten human lying in a mud brick house you share with 6 other people, including your uncle who snores like a dying hippo. There's no privacy. The house is essentially 1 or 2 rooms with partitions made from reeds or faded linen that once looked white but now resembles the colour of old sand mixed with goat droppings. The floors are hard-packed dirt. The walls are mud brick plastered with lime wash, cracked in places where tiny lizards sometimes dart in and out, as if mocking your lower position on the evolutionary hierarchy. Your name? Let's not get too fancy. You're likely named something like Nebamun or Hatshepsut, but we'll stick with you, because frankly, names don't buy you any favours here. Your status? Low. You're a commoner. Not a priest, not a noble, and certainly not a scribe who gets to sit in the shade with a palette of black and red ink. You work, you serve, you endure, you stretch your arms, but even that is a risky endeavour. The dry air has already started pulling moisture from your skin. You feel the familiar tightness of sun-chapped elbows. Your joints creak, partly from labour, partly from sleeping on a glorified plank. You're not even 30 yet, but your spine feels like you've lived through at least a couple of failed pyramid constructions. As you slowly sit up, you catch sight of your family stirring. Your wife, young, but already carrying the weariness of endless childbirth and labour, is preparing a small morning meal. She's grinding emmer wheat on a flat stone with rhythmic determination. Your youngest child clings to her leg, while the older ones chase each other with sticks, their laughter blending into the ambient noise of the waking village. This is dear El Medina, or perhaps a small settlement near Memphis or Thebes. Geography is unimportant. The experience is identical. The sun rises, the gods watch, and you work yourself into exhaustion beneath their divine indifference. You glance out through the doorway, more a hole in the wall than a door, and see the dusty lanes that weave through your neighbourhood. Vendors are already setting up stalls, laying out woven baskets filled with onions, garlic, dates, and dried fish. A few traders roll their donkey carts along, their wheels squeaking in protest as they navigate uneven dirt pathways. The smell of baking bread mingles with the acrid odour of manure. Someone nearby is burning incense, probably myrrh, in a vain attempt to mask the stench. It doesn't work. The Nile glistens in the distance, its wide, lazy coils threading through the heart of your civilization. It's both life and death. Irrigation, transportation, fishing, drinking water, and disease all come from its patient current. Crocodiles lurk near the reeds, unseen but always suspected. If the flies don't get you, the parasites might. You scratch absent-mindedly at your shoulder, feeling the raised red welts of mosquito bites already swollen from the night's feeding frenzy. Insects are everywhere. Gnats buzz in your ears. Ants march in ambitious trails across the floor. The occasional scorpion scuttles out from under a pottery jar with an air of smug entitlement. You keep your sandals on at all times because stepping barefoot on something venomous is a surprisingly common way to meet Anubis. The air inside your home is thick. There's little ventilation. The windows, if you can call them that, are small slits high on the wall, designed less for airflow and more to prevent unwanted animals or thieves from sneaking in. Not that there's much to steal. Your possessions are modest. A few clay pots, some linen garments, wooden utensils, a low table, a handful of amulets, and an oil lamp sputtering its last breath of fuel. You're not poor. You're average. And average in ancient Egypt means subsistence with occasional moments of barely tolerable comfort. You stand now, pulling your linen kilt tight around your waist. The fabric sticks slightly to your sweaty skin. Linen is your only real defence against the climate, but even the best weave offers minimal relief. Shirts aren't really a thing. The upper body is usually left exposed, allowing the relentless sun to tan your shoulders into leathery proof that sunscreen won't be invented for another 3,000 years. Around your neck hangs a small amulet, perhaps a carved scarab, maybe an eye of Horus, a token of protection against evil forces that, quite frankly, don't seem to be pulling their weight lately. You reach for your head covering, a simple strip of linen to protect your scalp from the merciless sun. Hair isn't fashionable for most men. You keep your head shaved close, partly for hygiene and partly to avoid lice, which are basically the ancient Egyptian national insect. Outside, the day has fully begun. The village hums with life. Farmers head toward the fields. Fishermen prepare their reed boats. Artisans shuffle toward the workshops to carve statues, craft jewellery, or paint the walls of someone far wealthier than themselves. Slaves, soldiers, priests, and merchants pass each other in a silent acknowledgement of their places within the rigid hierarchy that defines every moment of existence. You take a deep breath, as deep as you dare, and catch that familiar cocktail of scents: sweat, baking mud, burning oil, animal dung, roasted barley, and something faintly metallic that you've never successfully identified. The day stretches before you, long and endless as the Nile itself. But today is special, because today you're planning to escape. Not physically, not through rebellion or flight. No, you're seeking the other kind of escape, the one that blurs edges and lifts you out of this grinding existence for a few precious hours. Today, you're getting high. The thought of getting high in ancient Egypt isn't something you exactly advertise. This isn't some open, progressive festival where experimentation is encouraged. No. Here, indulgence treads a delicate line between spiritual elevation and moral suspicion. If you overstep, you might just find yourself explaining your choices to a very unsympathetic priest, or worse, to the local magistrate who's in the pocket of a priest. But first, you need to survive the morning without drawing too much attention. You step outside into the street, where the sun immediately sears your face like an overzealous blacksmith's furnace. There's no ozone layer to shield you, no SPF, no sunglasses, no ice-cold lemonade waiting for you on a shaded porch. Just raw, punishing light from Ra himself, who watches you like the world's most judgmental life coach. As you walk toward the edge of the village, you pass familiar faces. There's Khepri, the fisherman, hauling a basket of Nile perch that somehow manages to smell both too fresh and too old at the same time. His wife, Nefru, scolds one of her many children who has once again dropped their only wooden toy into the muck. The scribe, Mena, gives you a nod from his shady corner, where he's already begun recording grain tallies for the temple. He has the best job in town, literate, respected, and mostly stationary. You, however, don't have that luxury. You're a labourer, one of the faceless many who make life possible for those living in the whitewashed stone villas that loom near the palace. You construct monuments, tend crops, maintain canals. You carry burdens, literal and figurative. And for what? A daily ration of beer, bread, and an endless parade of minor injuries that no one bothers to treat. Your back has developed a permanent soreness, and your knees click like the hinges on a poorly maintained sarcophagus. The labour here is brutal. The Nile floods may gift you fertile soil, but that gift demands repayment in blood and sweat. You rise with the sun and break your body till it hides behind the western horizon, all while the overseers bark orders and the heat leaches the very moisture from your breath. There are no sick days, no unions. No one cares if your muscles are on fire, or if your fingers are raw from hauling stone and soil. If you're injured, you simply work slower, and slower workers eat less. Today, though, your thoughts keep drifting elsewhere. Toward the lotus, toward the sweet wine, toward escape, toward Blue Lotus, Nymphea Caerulea, is your ticket out of this misery for a few fleeting hours. Sacred and symbolic, this delicate aquatic flower blooms along the edges of the Nile, its pale blue petals unfurling each morning to greet the sun and closing again as dusk approaches. It's beautiful. Almost annoyingly so, given that everything else in your life is covered in a thin film of dirt and sweat. In temples, the priests float lotus blossoms in sacred water, offer them to the gods, and weave them into garlands for ceremonies honouring Hathor, the goddess of love, joy, music, and drunkenness. But outside the sacred walls, the Blue Lotus has another reputation. A quieter, more personal one. One the priests don't talk about in their official sermons, but know perfectly well exists. When steeped in wine or chewed directly, the Blue Lotus can bring on a warm euphoria. A gentle, floating sensation that eases the sharp edges of your reality. It's not a violent intoxication, nor a reckless high that makes you stumble and howl like a mad dog. No, it's subtler, softer. It wraps you in a kind of dream where your body feels lighter, your problems feel smaller, and for a few blessed hours, you forget the crushing inevitability of your station in life. The trick, of course, is getting it. Technically, anyone can pick lotus flowers growing along the Nile, but you need access to safe spots along the riverbanks. Spots not crawling with crocodiles or patrolled by temple guards claiming ownership over every bloom in sight. And even if you gather the flowers yourself, preparation is delicate. The potency lies in the petals, and improper drying or storage can render them bitter or useless. Many rely on local apothecaries, or more commonly, back alley dealers who trade petals like contraband to those desperate for a break from the monotony of existence. Your dealer isn't what you'd call reliable. His name is Nacht, which roughly translates to strong one, though his wiry frame suggests the name may have been given ironically. Nacht operates out of a small booth wedged between the fishmonger and the potter's shed, blending into the market like an awkward relative at a crowded funeral. He doesn't advertise his special stock. That would invite questions from temple officials and magistrates eager to flex their authority. But those in the know, like you, understand that Nacht's herbal remedies extend beyond caraway seeds and coriander. You approach his booth casually, feigning interest in the rows of dried herbs, oils and resin blocks stacked neatly on his crude wooden shelves. The air is thick with the mingling scents of frankincense and fermented onions. A few flies hover lazily in the warm air. Aesius. Morning, Nacht says, his voice low and rough like stone dragged across stone. Looking for something to ease the heat? You nod subtly, sliding a few copper deben across the counter. The price always stings, but you're willing to pay it. Nacht slips a small cloth pouch into your palm with practiced ease, as though handing you nothing more than a few cumin seeds. No one watching would suspect anything more. Inside the pouch are several carefully dried blue lotus petals, their faint fragrance hinting at the strange journey that awaits you. With these in hand, you retreat back toward your home, avoiding lingering too long in the marketplace, where temple guards occasionally patrol, scanning for troublemakers. You keep your head down as you pass the more elaborate homes of the wealthy. When the walls of their compounds rise high, painted with bright white gypsum that reflects the sun like a mirror. Palm trees sway lazily in their courtyards, offering shade to owners who spend their days reclining on cushioned benches, while slaves fan them with palm fronds. These people don't need lotus petals to escape their reality. Their lives are escape enough. The disparity is endless. You've seen noble children wearing gold amulets and imported linen as soft as clouds, while your own children scrounge through dry reeds for insects to roast over a cooking fire. The priests speak of Ma'at, the divine order, but somehow Ma'at always seems to favour those with silk and silver. Returning home, you find your wife feeding the children. A simple meal. Flatbread made from emmer flour, and a thin porridge flavoured with garlic and onion. Occasionally, you might catch a small fish or gather figs and dates. But today's meal is lean. Always lean. Hunger is not a temporary state. It is your permanent companion. Your wife eyes the pouch in your hand with a mixture of curiosity and quiet resignation. She knows what it is. She won't stop you, but neither will she encourage you. She's seen the high before, the peace it offers and the cost it sometimes carries. You'll be careful? She asks softly. You nod. You always nod. The question doesn't really have an answer. The children finish their meal quickly, wiping their mouths with the backs of their dusty hands before racing back outside to play. Their laughter echoes down the narrow alleyways, temporarily breaking through the grinding heaviness of your world. You watch them for a moment, wondering if they too will one day seek their own forms of escape, or if perhaps, by some divine accident, they might rise above this grinding wheel that is life. Your wife leaves you alone, understanding you need privacy for what comes next. Not complete privacy, of course. Such a thing doesn't exist here, but enough distance for you to retreat into your mind without interruption. You retrieve a small clay cup and pour in some of your precious date wine. It's not much, barely more than a few swallows. Wine is a luxury rarely wasted on commoners, but you've hoarded enough to serve your purpose. Carefully, you take the lotus petals and stir them gently into the wine, allowing their essence to seep into the liquid. The mixture shimmers slightly, as though infused with a secret only the ancient gods understand. The first sip is always sharp, bitter, with a cloying sweetness that clings to the back of your throat. You grimace, but continue, swallowing the concoction with practiced ease. The taste is irrelevant. The destination is what matters. You settle onto your mat, reclining back onto your wooden headrest, feeling your pulse slow as the mixture begins its quiet work. There's no sudden rush, no dramatic crash of sensation. Instead, a gentle warmth spreads through your limbs, a soft uncoiling of the tight, weary cords that have defined your existence for so long. The edges of the world begin to blur, as though someone has smudged the borders of your vision with warm, honeyed fingers. The buzzing of the flies grows distant, the weight of the heat fades. Your breathing slows, and for the first time in what feels like years, your muscles stop aching. The world tilts, not violently but softly, like drifting on a slow current beneath a pale blue sky. Your fingers tingle slightly as the air seems to shimmer, and for a moment you feel as though you've stepped beyond yourself, floating just above your own body, watching from a place of perfect detachment. You smile faintly. The lotus is working. Time slows. The ceiling above you, rough-hewn beams supporting layers of dried reeds, begins to ripple softly, as though stirred by a breeze that doesn't exist. The light leaking through the small window slits no longer feels harsh. Instead, it gleams with a golden softness, wrapping your modest home in an ethereal glow. The shapes of objects around you begin to shift at the edges. Your wife's cooking jars seem taller, rounder. The worn wooden chest where you keep your spare linen appears to breathe gently, as though its contents sigh along with you. You aren't asleep, but you aren't entirely awake either. This is the space in between that the Blue Lotus offers. A halfway house between suffering and surrender. A pocket of existence where the world loosens its grip on your exhausted body. Outside, the usual sounds of your village continue, but they grow distant, muffled as though submerged beneath water. You hear voices, faint and elongated, speaking words that melt into each other. The rhythmic chanting of the temple priests floats through the air like a song you've always known, but never heard fully until now. Even the children's laughter, once sharp and high-pitched, now comes as soft echoes, warm and round, blending into the pulse of your breath. You close your eyes. In this place behind your eyelids, strange images begin to bloom. They do not arrive like dreams, but like visions uninvited, gentle intrusions shaped by the ancient brew now flowing through your veins. The Nile appears before you, wider and more luminous than you have ever seen. Its waters are glassy and iridescent, reflecting not only the sky, but stars and constellations you do not recognize, their bright threads stitching new shapes across the heavens. In the shallows of this imagined Nile, lotus flowers the size of chariot wheels bloom and sway in perfect unison, their petals opening and closing in rhythm with your breath. As you float along its surface, though you are somehow both floating and standing, strange animals wade alongside you. Not crocodiles or hippos, but creatures unfamiliar. A falcon with 3 sets of wings, a jackal with shimmering golden eyes, and cats the size of bulls purring with low, thunderous vibrations. From the distance, a bark approaches. A small ceremonial boat, elegant and impossible. Upon it stands a figure cloaked in linen, so fine it moves like mist. The face is hidden beneath the elaborate mask of Anubis, but you sense no threat. The god does not speak. Instead, his mere presence offers a kind of wordless comfort, as though reminding you that even death, when it comes, might not be the terror you imagine in your waking life. Your heart beats more slowly now, each pulse spaced like the soft footfalls of priests crossing temple stones. You know, though you cannot explain how, that you're seeing through the thin veil separating the world of men from the world of gods. This, perhaps, is what the priests mean when they speak of transcendence. But unlike them, you've arrived here not through ritual or sacrifice, but through a handful of petals dissolved in cheap wine. Suddenly, from the shimmering horizon, bright beams of light slice through the dreamscape. They curve and dance like serpents made of liquid gold, coiling into intricate spirals that form symbols you recognize. Ankhs, eyes of Horus, scarabs, and cartouches whose hieroglyphs pulse softly with unseen energy. Your mind, usually weighed down by work quotas and aching joints, feels oddly clear, as though the heavy dust of daily life has been swept clean. In this brief clarity, you understand nothing and everything at once. You sense the timeless weight of the Nile, the constant turning of seasons, the fragile balance between order and chaos. You feel the gods watching, not in judgment, but in amused detachment, as though your small existence is simply one more ripple in the eternal current of Ma'at. And then, without warning, your vision shifts. Now you stand inside the great temple of Karnak. You've only glimpsed its towering pylons from afar before. Peasants like you don't simply stroll inside, but here, in your lotus-induced vision, you walk freely. The columns rise hundreds of feet above you, carved with stories of gods and kings, their surfaces alive with colourful pigments untouched by the erosion of time. Torches blaze along the massive hall, their flickering flames casting long, exaggerated shadows. Priests in pristine linen glide silently across the polished stone, chanting invocations in voices so deep and resonant that your bones vibrate with their sound. The air smells of burning myrrh, frankincense, and crushed lotus, mingled into a heavy cloud that swirls above the offerings laid out before the hidden statue of Amun-Ra. In this moment, you feel the immense machinery of Egyptian society churning silently behind the facade of daily life. The rigid hierarchy, the exacting rituals, the endless tributes that flow like blood to keep the gods fed and pleased. You are not resentful here. In this altered state, your role within this colossal mechanism feels acceptable, as though your suffering serves some higher pattern you are never meant to understand fully. And just as easily, you are somewhere else. A festival unfolds before you now, a grand feast in honour of Hathor herself. Torches line the procession route, their flames mirrored in the countless gold ornaments worn by dancers and musicians. Harps, flutes and sistrums ring out in complex rhythms, while men and women sway together under the vast open sky. Amphorae of wine are passed hand to hand, their contents sloshing freely. You see other villagers, faces you know from your real life. Their movements slowed, graceful, as though gravity itself has relaxed its usual rules for this one night of sanctioned indulgence. The priests, those stewards of moral balance, are here too, but not as scowling enforcers. Tonight they dance alongside the people, their robes uncharacteristically loose, their faces flushed with drink and joy. Even they need release sometimes. Even the servants of Mayet are permitted to wobble on her delicate scales, as long as they don't tumble completely. You watch as revellers gently toss handfuls of blue lotus petals into the air, creating drifting clouds of soft colour. The petals fall like fragrant snow, covering the festival grounds while music carries the celebration higher into the heavens. For the first time, you sense what these ceremonies mean beneath their rigid formalities. Temporary escape. Not unlike your own. You drift further. Now you see visions that feel less like places and more like stories, perhaps drawn from the recesses of your own memory, or whispered to you by whatever force resides within the lotus. A pair of lovers embrace under the moonlight by the Nile. A farmer kneels, weeping into the dry earth as his crop fails for the third season. A scribe hunches over his scroll, eyes heavy, hands cramped. A soldier lies bleeding beneath foreign stars, the sand beneath him turning dark with his blood. All of them, all of you, connected by the same thread of struggle. You realise that getting high isn't rebellion here. It isn't entertainment. It's survival. The tiniest reprieve from the crushing predictability of existence. The gods aren't angry at your indulgence. If anything, they seem to understand why you reach for the lotus. Even Amun-Ra, towering in his solar bark, regards your brief departure from suffering with quiet amusement. Take your small comfort, child, his imagined voice seems to say. The world will be waiting for you when you return. And with that thought, your mind gently begins its descent back toward waking reality. The warmth begins to fade first. The perfect stillness inside your muscles evaporates. You feel the familiar weight of your limbs, the dry pull of sun-chapped skin, the dull ache radiating from your lower back. The air, once soft and thick with imagined incense, sharpens again. The buzzing of flies returns like an irritating drumbeat you had temporarily forgotten. The vision of Karnak fades. The festival disappears. The Nile's shimmering waters are replaced once again by the hard-packed dirt of your humble home. You open your eyes. The light has shifted. The sun has climbed higher. Hours may have passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time flows differently in that in-between place. Your mouth is dry, your stomach faintly nauseous. The faint ringing in your ears accompanies the first small headache beginning to tap at your temples. The come down has arrived, always gentler than the ascent, but no less inevitable. Your wife is nearby, quietly stirring a clay pot over the fire, pretending not to watch you. The children are still playing outside, their voices normal again, sharp and fast and alive. The world, your world, has returned, as unyielding and demanding as ever. But for a few moments, you had escaped. The come down always carries with it a quiet heaviness, not just in the body, but in the mind. It's as though your soul, which had briefly floated untethered like one of those blue lotus petals on the Nile, has now been firmly pressed back into your chest. You can feel its weight as you shift on your mat, the wooden headrest digging into your neck again, as unforgiving as ever. The headache isn't sharp, at least not yet. It's more of a slow, blooming pressure behind your eyes, like the first embers of a fire being coaxed to life. Your tongue sticks uncomfortably to the roof of your mouth, dry as papyrus left too long in the sun. You glance over at the water jar sitting in the corner. You could drink, but you hesitate. Water is always a risk. Even after years of life here, you never trust it fully. Boiling helps, but only somewhat. The Nile gives life, but it also delivers disease, wrapped invisibly inside every sip. Your wife approaches quietly, as she always does after these sessions. She sets down a small wooden cup, more wine, this time unadulterated, and sits near you. She doesn't speak. She never needs to. There's nothing to discuss that hasn't already been said, or thought, or resignedly accepted. You take the cup and sip slowly, the warm liquid cutting slightly through the bitter film left by the lotus. The sweetness of the dates lingers briefly before your parched throat demands another sip. Outside, the sun has climbed higher still, its light angling sharply through the window slits and forming dusty columns of gold that slice the dim room into quiet chambers of light and shadow. The village hum continues. Life goes on, as it always does. The familiar chorus of braying donkeys, distant hammers striking stone, merchants calling out half-heartedly to passing buyers, the occasional scream of a mother disciplining a reckless child. Every sound is a reminder that the world you briefly escaped remains entirely unchanged in your absence. You try to rise but pause as a wave of dizziness tilts the room slightly. The after effect of the lotus can linger if you're not careful. Your muscles feel heavier now, like they have absorbed sand in your sleep. It takes effort to sit upright, your spine creaking like an old cedar mast under a sailor's strain. Your wife hands you a damp linen cloth, and you wipe your face. The cloth is rough, but cool, a small mercy in this relentlessly hot world. The sweat has returned. Of course it has. Beading along your forehead, clinging to your chest, collecting in uncomfortable patches beneath your arms and between your thighs. You're back, but you're also changed, if only slightly. The visions linger behind your eyes, like shadows that refuse to fully retreat. The images from Karnak, the great columns rising toward the heavens, the priests swaying beneath torches, the petal snow of the festival, even the quiet, knowing presence of Anubis, all still there, flickering like the last embers of a dying oil lamp. You will carry them now, tucked into some private chamber of your mind, not to be spoken of aloud. That would be foolish. If word reached the wrong ears, your little indulgence could be twisted into accusations of disrespect, sacrilege, or even heresy. The priests, for all their indulgence behind temple walls, publicly hold tight reins on what the common people are allowed to do, say, or think. Outside, your eldest son sprints past the doorway, laughing wildly as his younger sister chases him, waving a palm frond like a sword. You watch them, feeling a curious blend of joy and sadness. They have no need yet for the lotus. Their world is still full of energy, games, and simple wonder. But you know the wait will come for them too, the grind, the exhaustion, the sameness. And maybe, one day, they too will find themselves turning towards some quiet escape. A handful of petals, a sip of bittersweet wine, a few hours stolen from the unrelenting march of time. The thought makes you sigh, and your wife's hand rests gently on your shoulder, grounding you once more in the present. She's thinner than she should be. Everyone is. There is never quite enough food. The granaries claim full stores, but somehow, when rations are handed out, your basket always feels lighter than promised. Taxes are relentless. The temple demands its share. The scribes record every grain, every fish, every handful of flax. The priests say that order must be maintained, that Mayat demands balance, that your suffering has meaning within the grand design of the cosmos. You want to believe them. Some days you almost do. Other days, like today, you need the lotus to pretend you do. The oppressive heat outside signals that midday has fully arrived. The villagers who can afford to pause their work retreat into shade, conserving their energy until the sun drops lower. Those who cannot, the field workers, the builders, the fishermen, remain at their labours, sweat soaking through their linen kilts as the overseers bark instructions. You think briefly about returning to work, but your body protests. Today will have to be sacrificed. The lotus has left you hollow, and your limbs tremble slightly with the effort of simply sitting upright. The overseers will not like it, but better to face their disappointment tomorrow than collapse in the fields today. Besides, sickness is always an acceptable excuse here. People fall ill constantly. The water, the insects, the ever-present threat of intestinal parasites or infections that swell joints and rot teeth. A day spent resting is less likely to raise suspicion than one spent staggering drunkenly under the sun. Your wife understands this calculus too. Without speaking, she gathers a few items: a clay jar of dried figs, a small linen pouch of barley, a simple amulet, and leaves to trade with the other women in the market. And the children follow, eager for a change of scenery, even if that scenery is simply the next alley over. You're alone now. The solitude is not unwelcome. In fact, it's rare. Privacy is a luxury few afford in this world. The walls here are thin. Every cough, every argument, every whispered conversation seeps through the air like smoke through cracks. But for now, the silence wraps around you like cool water. Lying back on your mat, you allow yourself to drift once more. Not into the hallucinatory world of visions, but into a softer, hazier state. A kind of fragile peace. Your breathing slows. The headache osi. The sun rules Egypt. Not the polite, temperate sun, you know. The kind that warms a garden in the spring, or softly kisses your skin during a stroll in the park. No, this is an ancient, ruthless monarch. A sun that burns with full authority, day after day, as though making personal war upon every living thing under its gaze. And you live directly beneath its fury. The air outside your home is thick, pressing down on you like heavy cloth soaked in sweat. You don't step outside into the open air. You step into a slow, simmering oven. The heat seems to radiate not just from above, but from every surface. The hard-packed dirt beneath your feet radiates warmth like it's been baking for generations. The very mud brick walls of your house exhale hot breath each morning as they release the previous day's stored heat, and by midday they inhale it again to hold for the next night. The landscape around you is both beautiful and merciless. Stretching out beyond the villages and farmlands are endless waves of golden sand, dunes shifting under winds that whisper with dry voices. The desert is always there, close and menacing, like a giant waiting for civilization to stumble. Your village clings to the edge of life along the Nile, like a row of desperate fingers gripping a rope. The river is salvation, and it is threat, always both. Your home, if it can be called that, stands low to the ground. Mud brick walls, roughly stacked by hand, smoothed with clay, and sometimes painted with a thin coat of white lime to reflect some of the sun's glare. The roof is flat, made of tightly bundled reeds and palm trunks, covered with layers of mud and straw. During the brief rainy season, if the gods are merciful, you climb onto that roof to patch the inevitable cracks with more mud, always hoping the rain won't collapse it entirely. Inside, the house is simple, not out of preference, but out of necessity. You own what you need, nothing more. A few reed mats, some clay jars, baskets woven from palm fibres, a few wooden stools, and a storage chest that hold your most valuable possessions. A handful of copper tools, an amulet or two, perhaps a small polished mirror made of metal. Luxury is for others. You live in function. The rooms are dark during the day, lit only by narrow window slits cut high on the walls to keep out both heat and unwelcome creatures. At night, small oil lamps cast flickering shadows against the plaster walls. The lamps burn on animal fat or pressed vegetable oil, giving off just enough light to find your way across the room, but not enough to truly banish the dark. There's a perpetual thin layer of dust everywhere, on your skin, on your food, on your children. You wipe it away in the morning, as it returns before midday, as though it's not so much dust as Egypt itself gently settling on your shoulders. Your village is compact, a cluster of homes pressed closely together, as if the people here instinctively understand that only together can you survive this landscape. The narrow streets snake between the homes, packed hard by countless bare feet and the wooden wheels of creaky carts. The alleys are often no more than 2 or 3 bodies wide, their walls leaning inward slightly, offering a thin ribbon of shade that shifts as the sun moves through its daily arc. Noise is constant. You hear the groaning of wooden carts as merchants drag their goods toward the market square. Donkeys bray as they haul bundles of reeds or jars of beer. Chickens cluck and flap in loose clusters along the alleys, weaving between darting children who chase each other with sticks. Somewhere nearby, a woman shouts at her husband, their argument carried through the thin walls like an unwanted guest. And above all, the insects. Always the insects. The flies swarm in clouds, drawn by every open pot of beer, every scrap of meat, every unwashed corner. They land on your face, crawl along your arms, buzz relentlessly around your ears. You swat at them constantly, but it's an endless battle. The flies never leave. They simply rotate shifts. Beyond the village perimeter, the world expands into 2 simple zones, the fields and the wild. The fields are your life's work, rectangular patches of green snatched from the desert's mouth. Wheat, barley, flax, onions, leeks, garlic, dates, figs. The Nile feeds it all, But the soil is only generous because the river floods predictably each year. Without those floods, without the annual gift of rich black silt left behind as the waters recede, the land would turn barren in a single season. You and your neighbours labour here endlessly, not because you love the land, but because the land owns you. You bend your back to the soil because there is no alternative. You dig irrigation channels with bare hands and simple wooden tools, moving the Nile's lifeblood to fields thirsty for every drop. If the canals clog, the fields dry out. If the river floods too much, the crops drown. The balance is precarious, always precarious. Further out, beyond the reach of farming, lies the wild. Low hills rise from the flat floodplain, their faces cracked and dry, their insides honeycombed with tombs, some ancient, some newly carved for those wealthy enough to afford the afterlife. These hills belong to death. You don't wander there unless you must. Scorpions nest beneath the rocks. Snakes slide silently between the stones. Jackals howl under the moon. The wild is also where the desert wind is strongest. The Khamsin, the hot, dry wind that roars down from the western desert, arrives suddenly, whipping up clouds of fine sand that grind against your skin, bite at your eyes, slip into your lungs. You wrap your head in linen during these storms, but the sand finds you anyway. The Khamsin doesn't discriminate. The Nile itself is a living artery, wide, slow, and deceptive. Its placid surface hides dangers beneath. Crocodiles patrol its edges, jaws open like traps disguised as driftwood. Hippos lurk in deeper stretches, unpredictable and territorial. Fishermen brave these waters daily, casting nets woven from flax while constantly scanning for the flash of teeth or the swirl of submerged bodies. On the banks, papyrus reeds stand tall, swaying gently in the breeze. You harvest these reeds for everything: mats, baskets, sandals, even scrolls for scribes. The reeds cut your hands if you're not careful, the edges sharp as blades. But you know their worth. Your water comes directly from this river, carried in clay jars, balanced expertly atop your wife's head, or hauled in by the children in smaller pots. You drink it because you must, but every swallow carries risk. The same water that feeds the crops carries invisible parasites that nest inside you, stealing your strength and twisting your insides into knots of pain. The local healers call it the curse of the Nile, though no one really knows how to stop it. Boiling helps, but fuel for fires is scarce and better saved for cooking. Most simply drink and accept the consequences. The animals you keep are few and practical. A goat or two for milk, chickens for eggs, maybe a thin, irritable donkey to pull carts. Cattle are rare for someone of your means, reserved for those who can afford both the animals and the fodder to keep them alive through lean seasons. At night, your family shares this small space with your animals. They sleep near the doorway, their warmth mixing with your own, their smells weaving into the complex, permanent scent of your home. Sweat, smoke, dung, garlic, oil, and humanity. There is little privacy in this world. Your life is an open scroll. Everyone sees everyone. Arguments spill into the street. Family matters are common knowledge. Secrets are heavy and rare things here. Even your sleep offers little relief. Your bed is a simple mat, your pillow a carved wooden support that props your head at an angle designed more for preserving elaborate hairstyles than for comfort. You sleep light, constantly roused by the buzzing of insects, the bleating of goats, or the barking of dogs roaming the alleys in search of scraps. And when you wake, you do so early, always early. The priest's bells call out before dawn, and work begins before the sun rises fully, because no one dares labour too long beneath its peak fury. You have no seasons of comfort. In summer, the heat smothers you. Your skin cracks, your mouth dries, and every breath feels heavy. In winter, the mornings cut with sharp, unexpected cold when it bites at your exposed arms and legs. The Nile's mists roll in thick and damp before sunrise, chilling you while you fetch water or prepare tools for the day ahead. Disease floats through the village like an unseen spirit. Fevers come and go. Children waste away suddenly, their thin bodies collapsing under invisible forces no one fully understands. A bad cough, a swollen belly, or a cut that festers into rot, all are common. There are no doctors, only healers who offer herbs and prayers, amulets and rituals. The priests tell you that illness is punishment for imbalance, that the gods test your devotion by stealing your strength or your child. You nod when they speak. You always nod. But when you lie awake at night, listening to your child cough, you sometimes whisper prayers not to the gods, but to the lotus petals, wrapped carefully inside a pouch beneath your headrest. Because when the world is built to grind you down, even the smallest escape, a brief float above the crushing weight, feels like a divine mercy. There are moments when you forget that this world could be beautiful. When you stand at the edge of the fields at dawn, before the sun has fully opened its blazing eye, the land almost tricks you into believing it offers peace. The Nile gleams softly, reflecting streaks of pink and gold across its patient surface. A faint mist curls over the water, wrapping the reeds in thin, ghostly veils. Birds wheel silently above, ibis and herons tracing lazy circles, like elegant hieroglyphs drawn in the air itself. You almost believe it's paradise, but you've lived here long enough to know better. This fragile moment fades quickly. The sun rises, and with it comes the grinding machinery of life. The farmers shout to their oxen as they pull crude wooden ploughs through the damp earth, muscles straining, the mud sucking at their legs. The overseers begin their rounds, barking orders as though every grain of wheat owes them personal obedience. The market vendors begin their daily shouting match, each one claiming the freshest fish, the sweetest dates, the softest linen. Their cries blend into a constant, buzzing hum that fills the village like background noise in an unending argument. And through it all, the insects, always the insects. The flies swarm thickly as the air warms. They cluster around your face, darting into your nostrils, your ears, your eyes. You wave them away endlessly with slow, practiced motions, but they always return. At midday, their numbers double as the heat drives them into frenzies, bouncing off your skin like tiny, living needles. Sometimes you swear you feel them crawling across your scalp, burrowing into your clothes, living inside your very breath. Worse are the gnats, smaller but infinitely more irritating, swarming in invisible clouds that seem to hover perfectly at eye level. You breathe them in without realizing, their tiny bodies sticking to the back of your throat. No amount of coughing seems to clear them. The animals suffer alongside you. The goats pant and twitch their ears. The donkeys stomp their hooves, their flanks quivering with irritation as they try and fail to dislodge the biting flies from their hides. Chickens flap their wings and emit sharp, panicked clucks whenever a particularly aggressive swarm descends. It is not a war you win. It is a daily truce negotiated through sheer exhaustion. Your home offers little sanctuary. The thin walls absorb the heat and release it in waves. You've grown accustomed to sweating through your sleep, waking to find your linen mat soaked beneath you, your body damp and sticky. You don't even try to dry yourself anymore. The heat will do it for you within minutes. Bathing, such as it exists, is a rare indulgence. You may splash a handful of water over your face and arms, perhaps even pour a jar over your head if the day's work earns you the privilege. Full immersions are for the rich, or the priests who preside over temple purification rituals. The rest of you live comfortably filthy, your skin permanently dusted with the fine, powdery sand that seeps into every crevice. Even your hair, what little you allow to grow, is stiff with dust, sweat, and the occasional visitor. Lice are an ever-present nuisance. Shaving your head helps, but they always find a way. Your wife plucks them from your scalp by hand sometimes, squinting in the dim light, crushing each one between her fingernails with a soft, barely audible pop. The nights offer no real reprieve. The heat lingers long after the sun vanishes behind the western hills. The wind dies with the light, and the air turns thick and heavy in your small home. You lie on your mat, limbs spread wide to reduce contact, listening to the soft rustle of lizards on the walls, the faint scurry of rats searching for crumbs. Occasionally, a cool breeze finds its way through the narrow window slits, a brief caress that you savour like a rich man's feast. But mostly, you sweat. Quietly. Endlessly. The smell of your home is something you no longer notice, but visitors would. A thick blend of sweat, oil, cooking fires, animal dung, and humanity. It clings to your skin, your clothes, your very breath. When you walk outside, you carry your home with you like an invisible shroud. And yet, for all its discomfort, your home is your refuge. You have seen worse. You've seen beggars who sleep in alleyways, curling themselves into tight balls beneath scraps of reed matting, their ribs pressing sharply against thin skin. You've seen widows, abandoned by family, scavenging for scraps at the market's edges, their eyes hollow, their lips cracked and dry. You've seen the sick carried on makeshift litters, their bodies shaking with fever, their skin blotched with rashes no healer can name. And always the priest reminds you that all suffering is part of the divine balance. Ma'at, they say, must be maintained. If you suffer, it is because your place in the cosmic order demands it. If you hunger, it is because the gods test your devotion. If you bury your child, it is because the gods have summoned them to serve in the next life. You nod when they say these things. You always nod. You have to. You have nothing else. The temple towers loom at the village's edge, great monuments to eternity carved from stone that glows pale pink in the morning sun and burns deep red at dusk. Their massive pylons are decorated with stories of the gods and the pharaoh's divine conquests, carefully chiselled images of battles, offerings and rituals you will never witness firsthand. The priests move within the temple like shadowy monarchs, their linen robes pristine, their shaved heads gleaming under the sun. They speak to the gods on behalf of the people, but their authority over you is very much of this world. They collect your grain, demand your service, inspect your offerings. They can bless you, but they can also curse you. The boundary between religion and power is invisible here. You serve both equally. Even in your work, you feel their presence. The fields you tend feed not only your family, but the temple granaries. The taxes you pay in grain, flax, oil and livestock fill the priests' storehouses. The labour you offer for public works builds their monuments. The gods may be distant, but the priests are not. The village itself is alive with unwritten rules and constant negotiations. Neighbours trade gossip and favours like currency. Disputes simmer quietly, sometimes flaring into public arguments when pride or resources collide. You've seen men fight over property boundaries no wider than a goat's hoof print. You've seen women slap each other over accusations of stolen flax or jealous glances at a neighbour's husband. And yet the village holds together, somehow, perhaps because no one here can survive alone. You need your neighbours to share labour, to exchange goods, to stand witness at births and funerals, to help patch a roof or retrieve a stubborn ox from a muddy canal. Even the children instinctively understand the balance. They roam the narrow alleys in noisy packs, inventing games with stones and sticks, mimicking the rituals of the adults they watch. One day they will inherit your burdens. You hope the Nile remains generous when that day comes. The market square offers a daily glimpse of the wider world beyond your village. Merchants arrive from nearby towns, bringing woven linen, ceramic jars, bundles of garlic, dried fish, and, occasionally, exotic items from lands you know only by rumour. Spices from Punt, incense from Nubia, copper from Sinai, rare oils and resins used by the wealthy to mask their humanity beneath floral perfumes, and sometimes, slipping quietly between the rows of legal goods, less authorised wares change hands. Beads of semi-precious stone, fragments of foreign jewellery, and the carefully wrapped bundles of blue lotus petals that certain men, like your quiet friend Nakt, offer to those willing to pay. These trades are quick, cautious, unspoken agreements between desperate men. The priests frown on such unsanctioned indulgence. They tolerate the public festivals, where the entire village can pretend the gods are being honoured through drunken joy. But private escapes, private highs, those draw suspicion. Pleasure, after all, must be earned, regulated, and controlled. Still, the petals find their way into your hands. They always do. The need for escape is older than the temples themselves. When the sun finally begins to set, the village shifts. The colours change first. That harsh, merciless glare dulls into deep ambers and blood-red streaks, bleeding across the sky like the painted walls inside the temples. The long shadows stretch out across the hard-packed earth, bending and curling as though the land itself sighs with relief that Ra is finally retreating into the underworld for the night. You feel it too, that brief exhale, though you know full well that comfort is not what waits for you after sunset. The heat lingers. It always does, trapped inside the very bricks that surround you. The air remains thick, heavy, almost wet. Still, you welcome the changing light. At least your eyes can rest. The entire village seems to come alive in a different way now. Not with the frantic labour of the day, but with the humming, nervous energy of people trying to scrape tiny pleasures from the margins of their exhaustion. Women gather around small fires, preparing the evening meal, porridge, sometimes fish, if fortune smiled that day. The scent of onions and garlic frying in oil floats lazily through the alleys. It is the same meal you've eaten 1,000 times before. The taste barely registers anymore. It's not about flavour, but survival. Food isn't indulgence. It's the minimum you need to rise again tomorrow and bend your back to the fields. Men sit outside in tight clusters, leaning against cracked stone walls, their linen kilt and damp with the sweat of the day. They speak in low voices, trading stories of minor disputes, minor victories, minor hopes. A neighbour's son earned praise from an overseer today. A neighbour's ox stumbled into the irrigation ditch and broke its leg. Another man quietly wonders aloud whether his eldest daughter might be betrothed soon. Not for love, of course, but for goats, barley, and family alliances. You sit among them sometimes. Other times, like tonight, you don't. Tonight, you stay to yourself. The children still play, their energy somehow endless, unbroken by the day's heat. They chase one another with sticks, mock fighting like the soldiers they see parading once a month through the village in gleaming bronze helmets and sharp, blinding weapons. The children laugh, but you know the sound masks something else. They are rehearsing the postures of adulthood that will consume them soon enough. The animals, too, find their place for the night. The goats shuffle into their corner of your home, curling into tight shapes, chewing softly, their eyes half-lidded and distant. The chickens flap onto their perches, their feathers puffed out, as if trying to create a small cushion of space between themselves and the stifling air. Even the insects calm, briefly, before the true night swarms arrive. And then, as the last light disappears fully beyond the hills, darkness falls. Real darkness. Not the kind you know. Not city darkness or modern darkness softened by glowing windows or far-off street lamps. Here, darkness is complete. A wall, a thing you can almost feel press against your skin. The moon sometimes offers its pale silver face, but more often the sky is swallowed whole by a suffocating blackness, broken only by the glitter of stars that seem impossibly close, like gods leaning down to watch their tiny creation struggle below. The stars tell stories. The priests claim they write destinies. The villagers simply stare at them in quiet awe, reading their own meanings into the constellations. You have your favourite cluster. Not that you know its proper name, but you recognise it every night. A crooked line of bright white points that, in your mind, looks like the outline of a reed boat carrying you away from this world entirely. You stare at it often. Inside your house, your family settles into their familiar spots. Your wife hums softly as she lays your youngest child onto the reed mat beside her. The older children nestle together nearby, legs and arms tangled, hair damp from the day's labour. The steady rise and fall of their breathing joins the gentle creaking of the wooden roof beams above, a nighttime symphony that never truly changes. The oil lamp burns low. You've learned to conserve oil carefully. Its tiny flame flickers against the plaster walls, casting the same tired shadows that have danced here for years. The flame's reflection in your wife's eyes is steady, patient. She glances at you briefly, offering a faint, knowing smile. She understands your silence. She lives within it too. And still there's the heat. Even without the sun, your skin sweats. Your linen clings to you. The air hangs heavy, refusing to move. You shift, trying to find a patch of mat untouched by your own damp body. But comfort doesn't exist here. Not really. Comfort is something the wealthy hoard. You simply manage discomfort until sleep takes you. The insects return. Mosquitoes drift through the cracks and slits in the walls, their high-pitched hum slicing through the silence like invisible knives. You've tried everything, smouldering bundles of herbs, tightly wrapped linen, even sleeping with a cloth draped over your head. But they always find you. The bites swell quickly, little red welts that itch fiercely in the morning light. Some bites grow infected. small infections that sometimes blossom into fevers that take men in their prime and turn them into skeletal warnings. Even your breath feels thick now, as though the air itself resists entering your lungs. Some nights, you lie awake long after your family has surrendered to sleep, staring up at the flat ceiling, tracing the irregular lines of the roof beams, watching the occasional shadow of a lizard dart across the wall. You listen to the faint, far-off sounds of the village. Someone's cough, a dog barking once, then falling silent, the low murmur of two neighbours whispering under the cover of darkness. Secrets traded like contraband. And above it all, in your chest, behind your ribs, a growing ache, not physical, not exactly. It's the ache of repetition, of knowing that tomorrow will look exactly like today, that nothing you do changes the pattern, that your strength, your labour, your sweat simply vanish into someone else's wealth, into the grain stores of the temple, the polished villas of the scribes, the endless tomb carvings of pharaohs whose names will outlive the children you've buried. This is existence. This is permanence. And yet, against all of it, you have the lotus, tucked beneath your headrest, wrapped carefully in a linen cloth. The blue petals wait. You've saved them. Tonight is not for them. But soon, when the heaviness tightens too much, when the days blur into each other with suffocating sameness, you will steep the petals again. You will sip the bitter wine, close your eyes and let the world blur. The priests may speak of ma'at, of balance, of cosmic order. But you've learned a different truth. Now, there is no balance here, only brief moments of floating. The blue lotus is not rebellion, it is mercy. And so you close your eyes once more, listening to the breathing of your family, the faint buzz of insects, the distant murmur of the Nile, ancient, patient, eternal. The heat wraps around you like a heavy, invisible hand, and you wait for sleep to come. The night presses on. Sleep comes eventually, though not fully, and never kindly. You drift in and out, trapped between the pull of dreams and the relentless discomfort of your body. Your ears stay half awake, alert to every small noise. Your wife's soft breathing beside you, the faint scratching of a rat clawing at the storage chest, the distant bleating of a goat stirring restlessly in the corner. You awaken several times without knowing why. The air is so thick you feel as though you are breathing underwater. Your linen mat sticks to your back. Your legs sweat beneath the rough fabric of your kilt, and the dull pain in your lower spine radiates like an old, familiar visitor who never leaves. You adjust your headrest, but its hard curve offers no relief. Sometime during the deepest part of the night, you hear the priests begin their silent movement toward the temple. You don't see them, but you know the sound well. The careful shuffle of sandaled feet against the packed earth, the faint jingling of beads and amulets that mark their sacred station. Their duties continue while you sleep, or pretend to. They chant in the darkness, prayers carried into the heavens by the thin column of smoke rising from temple altars. The gods apparently are always awake. The people serving them are not given the same luxury. And so the hours pass. The cool that sometimes arrives in the second half of the night never fully materializes. The heavy air remains. No breeze slips in. No relief arrives. The darkness simply persists, wrapping itself around you like a thick linen shroud. Eventually, faint hints of light begin to slip through the narrow window slits, bending across the walls, announcing the inevitable arrival of morning. You recognise the pale, ghostly colour of the pre-dawn sky. Not yet the harsh white fire that will soon take over, but that weak silver glow that signals your rest is over. The roosters begin first, their crowing cutting through the fragile silence like a cracked reed flute. Then come the donkeys, braying long and loud from various corners of the village. The sounds of waking humanity follow. Babies crying, pots clattering, wooden doors sliding open, sandals slapping against dirt. The machinery of the village resets itself effortlessly, as though yesterday never happened. You sit up slowly. Your back aches. Your legs stiffen. Your arms tremble slightly as you shift your weight upright. You rub your eyes, feeling the grit collect at the corners from another restless sleep filled with sweat and gnats. The familiar soreness is there, the knot at the base of your spine, the burning behind your shoulders where you carried bundles of flax the day before, the sharp tightness in your hands where blisters once lived and now calluses remain. Another day. Your wife is already awake, moving quietly through the tiny room. She pulls the cooking jars closer to the fire pit, begins stirring the porridge, preparing the same thin breakfast of barley and water that will barely hold you upright through the hours of work ahead. The scent of cooking fills the room again. Not comforting exactly, but familiar. The smell of survival. The children wake with soft groans and tiny protests, rubbing their eyes, already sticky with sweat even in the early hour. Your youngest clings to her mother's leg as she stirs the pot. The older ones shuffle out to collect reeds or sweep the courtyard of leaves and animal droppings. They know their roles. Even the smallest have jobs to do. And you, of course, have yours. Today will be spent in the fields. Again. You tie the rough linen of your kilt tightly around your waist, standing carefully, feeling your knees pop audibly as you straighten your legs. Your fingers automatically check your amulet at your neck. The simple carved scarab you've worn for years now, chipped at the edge but still whole. It means nothing, you know, but you wear it anyway. Stepping outside, you brace for that first blast of heat as the sun clears the horizon fully, spilling its blinding rays across the land like a conqueror surveying his domain. The dust kicks up beneath your feet as you cross the courtyard, passing neighbours who nod silently. Words are wasted in these early hours. Everyone carries the same exhaustion, the same aches, the same quiet dread of the coming heat. The market stalls are beginning to form again, baskets arranged, fish laid out, reeds bundled into neat stacks for sale. The smell of fresh bread drifts from the public oven, where the women bake communally, trading stories as they knead dough with rough, capable hands. You pause, briefly, at Nakt's small stall. He pretends not to notice you. That's part of the ritual. His bundles of dried herbs and flowers are already displayed in careful rows, their fragrances battling against the sharper stench of drying fish from the neighbouring stall. The blue lotus petals are there, of course, wrapped carefully in tiny cloth bundles, barely distinguishable from the coriander and caraway that sit beside them. Only those who know what to look for would recognise them. You consider purchasing more, but not today. You have enough hidden at home for now. And besides, the eyes of the temple have grown sharper lately. It's best not to draw attention. Instead, you move on toward the fields, following the slow trickle of labourers filing down the narrow paths between houses, their feet kicking up soft clouds of dust that cling to your legs as you walk. Ahead, the The green of the field stretches in organised strips, carved into the land by centuries of work. Irrigation channels cut across the earth like ancient veins, drawing the Nile's gift into the hungry soil. The overseer's voice carries ahead of you, barking instructions, reminding you that this work is never truly yours. The fields belong to the temple. The crops belong to Pharaoh. You are simply the vessel that carries the grain from seed to storage, your body little more than a tool sharpened and dulled with every passing season. The other men take their places alongside you, settling into the same rows, grasping the same wooden hose and crude tools you've all used for years. The muscles in your back tense automatically as you bend, feeling the pull at the base of your spine as you drive the blade into the damp soil. The sun climbs higher. The heat thickens again. The world shrinks hour by hour into the narrow tunnel of your labour. The rhythm of breath and muscle, breath and muscle, breath and muscle. The pain fades not because it lessens, but because it becomes normal, expected. Background noise for the rest of your mind. The only escape is in the edges of your thoughts. And at the edges of your thoughts always waits the lotus, not now, not today, but soon. When the weight grows too heavy again, when the sun presses too hard, when the sameness of every sunrise becomes unbearable, you will return to the petals. They will be there waiting, as constant as the Nile. And once more, for a few brief hours, you will float above this world. There is no such thing as leisure here. You live inside a machine built of human bodies, fueled by sweat, and operated by an invisible hand that never loosens its grip. Work is not a portion of your life. It is not something that begins at 1 hour and ends at another. It is simply existence itself. A condition of your birth, as constant as the sun, as permanent as the Nile. This morning, like every morning, you begin work before the full heat arrives. Because you must. The Nile's generous floods have left behind thick, rich black silt, but the harvest does not collect itself. The ploughing, planting, irrigating, cutting, bundling, hauling. Every motion depends on hands like yours. Hands that blister. Hands that crack. Hands that bleed quietly into the earth without ceremony. Your tools are crude, but they are sufficient. A wooden hoe, worn smooth where thousands of other palms have gripped it before yours. A flint sickle, its sharp teeth set into a curved wooden handle. Its edge more dangerous to your fingers than to the grain if you're careless. The occasional rope or wicker basket, rough against your skin as you haul bundles of reeds or sheaves of barley across uneven fields. You bend forward, driving the hoe into the damp earth, your back arching and straining with each repetition. The first hour burns. The second hour numbs. By the third, you are no longer aware of your muscles at all. Your body becomes a mechanical thing, moving, always moving, while your mind floats behind your eyes, observing the process as though detached. Around you, others work in similar silence. Dozens of men, some older than you, some terrifyingly younger, already bearing the thin, hunched shape that this labour carves into everyone sooner or later. The overseers pace up and down the rows. Their voices crack through the morning air like whips themselves. They do not carry whips today. Not here, not yet. But the threat is always implied. They wear better linen than you, their skin covered in fine powders to block the sun, their hands soft from holding styluses instead of sickles. They do not sweat as you sweat, they simply watch, count, record. Their wooden tablets hang from their belts, inscribed with careful marks that track the yield of each field. Every stalk of barley, every bundle of flax, every amphora of grain is accounted for. The temple will demand its share, Pharaoh will demand his tribute, and whatever remains, whatever crumbs trickle downward, will feed you and your family. You work faster, not because you are eager, but because you must. The quotas are strict. The field must be cleared before the floods return again. The Nile is patient, but its cycles are absolute. The sun climbs higher. By midday, the heat becomes oppressive again. Your skin burns through your linen. The exposed parts of your shoulders flush red and dry beneath layers of salt from evaporated sweat. Your lips crack. You sip from your water jar sparingly, knowing it may not last the entire day. The water is warm, slightly brackish, but it is life. You drink without complaint. Sometimes you envy the oxen. They plod steadily ahead, their massive shoulders pulling the crude ploughs through the mud. Their hooves sink deep, their breath huffing in heavy clouds. You watch them with a strange mixture of pity and admiration. They have no overseers, no quotas, no knowledge of Pharaoh or gods or taxes, only their endless, slow circles in the fields. And still they suffer less than you. Your stomach growls, a dull, twisting reminder of the thin breakfast you swallowed at dawn. You will eat again only after the sun drops lower. For now, you work hungry. That is normal. Hunger sharpens you, keeps you alert. Hunger reminds you that failure is not permitted. The hours pass like insects swarming around your head, irritating, endless, impossible to swat away. Sometimes the overseers call for a break, a short one, under a small cloth canopy stretched between two stakes. You gather there briefly with the others, crouched or sitting on your heels, sipping warm beer from shared clay jars. It is not the beer you know. This is thin, cloudy, weak, little more than fermented grain water, just enough alcohol to kill some of the parasites lurking inside. You drink it because you must, not because you enjoy it. Children drink it too. Everyone does. Clean water is never safe. Beer is safer. The break is brief. The overseers clap their hands, call out your names, and the work resumes. Bend, dig, lift, haul, again and again, like the endless current of the Nile itself. There are those who fall behind, old men whose knees no longer hold them upright, boys whose arms tremble after too many hours in the sun, women pulled from other tasks to help meet quotas. Pregnant, nursing, injured, it doesn't matter. If your hands still move, you work. If they do not, you are replaced. The overseers have no patience for weakness. They shout, they shame. Occasionally, if frustration boils too hot, the flat wooden stick appears. A sharp crack across a back, a shoulder, a leg. It leaves angry red stripes that fade into purple, then yellow, then scars. Yeah, you've seen them all. You've worn them all. But you do not fall behind. Not today. Your body is sore, yes. Your head pounds lightly under the weight of the sun. But your hands still grip. Your back still bends. Your feet still shuffle forward. That is enough. That is survival. The Nile watches, silent and indifferent. You glance at the river briefly as you work. Its wide, smooth surface glistens beneath the burning sky. Fishermen glide across its waters in reed boats, casting their nets with practiced flicks. Children wade along the shallows, laughing as they chase tiny silver fish darting between their ankles. Crocodiles watch them from afar, their snouts barely breaking the surface like floating logs with teeth. The river has no concern for your labour. It flows as it always has, as it always will. You work for Pharaoh, for the priests, for the temple granaries. The Nile works for no one. By late afternoon, your limbs begin to shake. The pain returns, sharper now. Your hands cramp as you lift another bundle of barley stalks onto your shoulder. The rough fibres scrape your sunburnt skin, leaving thin red lines that sting sharply as your sweat soaks into them. Your breath comes faster. Your vision swims slightly if you move your head too quickly. The sun has drained you. Again. And still, you move. There's no reward for collapse. No comfort for failure. Only punishment. The overseers know when to stop. Barely. They wait until your bodies teeter on the edge of collapse before calling an end to the day's labour. Not out of mercy, but practicality. A broken labourer is useless tomorrow. You are valuable as long as you function. No longer. The work ends when Ra finally begins his descent behind the horizon. The men gather their tools, wipe sweat from their brows with the trembling hands, and begin the slow walk back toward the village. The journey home feels longer at the end of the day, even though the distance never changes. Each step is heavier, your legs sluggish as though filled with wet clay. The village greets you with familiar sounds. Children laughing, goats bleating, women calling to one another as they prepare the evening meal. Smoke curls from countless small fires, mixing with the scent of roasting fish, garlic, and sweat. The noise is comforting in its way. It means you have survived another day. Your wife waits near the doorway, her face lined with the same exhaustion you carry. She hands you a clay cup, thin beer again, and you drink without speaking. The bitterness washes over your tongue like every other evening. Neither pleasant nor unpleasant, simply part of the ritual. The children crowd around you briefly, eager for a touch, a glance, a simple nod of acknowledgement that you've returned. You smile faintly, offering a hand to ruffle your son's hair, to rest briefly on your daughter's thin shoulder. Small moments, necessary ones. The meal is simple, always simple. Flatbread torn into rough chunks. A thin porridge made from barley. Occasionally small pieces of dried fish or handfuls of dates if the market was generous. You eat slowly, carefully, your stomach too tired to handle more than small mouthfuls at once. And as the stars begin to emerge overhead, the same ancient constellations that your ancestors watched, your mind drifts again toward the lotus. It waits. Always waits, not tonight, but soon, when the labour becomes too heavy, when the sameness becomes too sharp, when the ache inside your chest grows unbearable. The petals will be there, your small, secret mercy, your only rebellion, your only relief. Morning returns. It always returns. Whether you are ready for it or not, whether your body has recovered or not, the sun rises like an unbending law. Its first golden spear breaks through the slits of your home's walls, stabbing directly into your closed eyelids. There is no curtain to pull shut, no shade to draw. The light simply arrives, demanding your participation in yet another round of existence. Your eyes open, dry and sticky from restless sleep. Your tongue scrapes against the roof of your mouth, dry as the papyrus scrolls kept in the temple's inner chambers. You swallow, but it barely helps. The first breath you take is warm, heavy, and slightly sour with the smell of stale sweat and cooking smoke from the night before. Your wife is already up, of course. She always is. Moving with quiet efficiency, she prepares another simple breakfast. Thin barley porridge, barely flavoured with yesterday's leftover garlic. The children stir behind you, shifting and murmuring in half-sleep as the house stirs to life. You sit up slowly, letting your back complain as it always does. The ache runs from your lower spine up through your shoulders, down your arms and into your fingertips. Your joints pop softly as you roll your shoulders. Even your knees join in the small chorus of creaks and snaps that greet the new day. Outside, the familiar sounds of the village rising echo again. Animals bleating, carts creaking, voices calling to one another across narrow alleys. It is the sound of survival rehearsed to perfection, repeated endlessly with minor variations that no one bothers to note. Today is no different. Of course it isn't. You dress quickly. Linen kilt. Head covering. The same garments you wear every day. The fabric is rough, worn thin from years of use and harsh washing in Nile water mixed with sand. You wrap the thin strip of linen around your waist, securing it with the practiced tug of someone who has done this motion thousands of times before. The sun rises higher. Already the heat begins to build. The air thickens with warmth before you even step into the fields. The walls of your village glow faintly in the early light, their whitewashed faces reflecting Ra's steady gaze back toward the sky. The alleys are alive with people moving like ants in careful, organised streams. Men with tools, women with baskets, children weaving between legs, carrying small loads of water or bundles of reeds. You join the stream, walking silently alongside your neighbours. No one speaks much in the morning walk to labour. Words are energy, and energy must be conserved. The fields await. Stretching wide along the Nile's edges, they gleam green under the strengthening sun. Ordered rows of barley, flax and wheat sway gently beneath the faint morning breeze. The earth, still moist from irrigation, offers the briefest illusion of softness beneath your sandals. But you know better. That dampness hides the thick, cloying mud that will soon suck at your feet as you bend and haul, bend and haul. The overseers are already there. They stand tall on raised platforms of packed earth, holding their wooden staffs like ceremonial symbols. Their linen robes are bright, pristine. Not a drop of sweat stains them. They do not labour. They watch. They count. Their tablets hang from their waists, and they murmur to one another as you and the others fall into line. Names are called, rolls are taken, absences noted. An old man 2 rows down collapses as he tries to lift his hoe. His hands tremble too much to grip it. His breath rattles like a loose lid on a cooking pot. The overseer shakes his head. 2 younger men lift the old man by his shoulders and carry him off toward the village. He will either return tomorrow or he won't. The work continues without him. Always the work continues. The rhythm is immediate and unbroken. Hoe strikes earth, back bends, hand hauls weeds from rows. Bundle lift onto shoulder. Mud sucks at feet. Sun beats against neck. Over and over the cycle spins. The first hour burns, the second numbs. By the third, your body feels like something separate from you. A machine that operates automatically while your mind drifts elsewhere, anywhere but here. You think of the Nile, of its slow, patient current, of its cool waters you will never truly trust to drink, of its secret depths where crocodiles wait and parasites nest unseen. You think of the temple priests, of their smooth voices chanting in cool marble chambers as they pour sweet wine over gold altars. Of their well-fed bodies, perfumed with oils you will never smell outside the market stalls. Of their scrolls and records, their prayers to the gods that seem to purchase more comfort for themselves than protection for you. You think of Pharaoh, his face carved into stone 20 cubits high, wearing a headdress you will never touch, holding a crook and flail in hands that have never gripped a hoe. He smiles down from temple walls, eternal and perfect, while your own face will vanish into the dust after death, remembered for a generation if you're lucky, forgotten completely if you're not. And you think of the lotus, tucked safely inside your home, waiting. The sun reaches its peak. The air shimmers in visible waves across the open fields. Your breath grows ragged. Every inch of your skin itches from sweat and dirt. Your kilt sticks to your thighs, rubbed raw where the rough linen chafes with each motion. The overseers call a short break. You drop your tools without ceremony and stagger toward the sparse shade of a tall acacia tree planted years ago, more by accident than design. The few workers who arrive first claim the slightly cooler ground beneath its narrow branches. The rest of you crouch wherever there is space. Someone passes a jar of beer around. You sip from it gratefully. The sour, thin liquid sloshes against your parched throat. Warm, flat, slightly bitter. No refreshment, but better than nothing. You hand the jar off, your cracked fingers brushing briefly against another man's as he takes it. There is no conversation, no complaints, just breathing. The break ends quickly. The sun does not stop moving. Neither can you. You return to the rows. Pick up your tool. Begin again. By mid-afternoon, your muscles scream. You taste blood faintly where you bit your own lip, trying to ignore a sudden spasm in your leg. The blisters on your hands have long since burst and hardened into raw patches that sting each time the wooden handle presses into your palm. Your shoulders slump, but you push forward. Everyone does. Those who fall behind are reminded sharply by the overseers. Voices rise, staves crack against skin. The men grunt and groan but keep moving. Pain is better than hunger. Pain means you're still useful. At the far end of the field, a cart creaks under the weight of harvested bundles. A pair of boys, barely into their teens, haul a heavy load toward the village storehouses. Their faces shine with sweat. Their thin arms tremble beneath the strain. They work without complaint. Like you, they understand what happens if they stop. The Nile gleams under the burning sky, silent as always. By late afternoon, the air itself feels thick, like walking through invisible walls of hot linen. The sun bakes your brain inside your skull. Your vision wavers at the edges. You dare not stop. Stopping invites attention. Attention invites questions. Questions invite punishment. You keep moving. Hoe, haul, bend, lift. The work devours you. The world narrows to the size of your aching body, your stinging eyes, your pulsing head. The overseer's voice fades into background noise, drowned beneath the pounding of your own heartbeat in your ears. And then, mercifully, the sun lowers. The overseers confer quietly before signalling the day's end. Tools drop into the dirt with audible relief. Shoulders sag. A low collective sigh passes through the labourers as though one exhausted animal exhales in unison. You turn toward the village, feet dragging, joints stiff. The walk back feels longer than the morning's journey. Every step tugs against your sore legs, but you know rest waits ahead. Brief, imperfect, but precious. As you enter the village, the familiar smells greet you again. Cooking fires, roasting onions, the musk of animals settling into sleep. Children chase each other around the courtyards, their laughter carrying through the air like small bursts of music that you're too tired to join. Your wife waits, as she always does. She hands you a cup of beer. You drink. She hands you a bowl of porridge. You eat. Neither of you speaks much. There are no words left after a day like this. Only breathing. Only surviving. You sit beneath the low arch of your doorway, staring up at the darkening sky, the stars emerging one by one, like pinpricks in a canvas you've stared at every night of your life. And somewhere inside your mind, the thought stirs again. The lotus waits. When you can no longer carry the weight of these days, when the sameness burns too sharply against your soul, when you need to float above the fields you can never escape, it will be there. Not now, but soon. The seasons change, but the labour does not. Whether the sun hangs high and merciless above your head, or hides behind the thin clouds of the short winter, you rise and work. Always the same fields, always the same rows, always the same familiar ache twisting through your back like a tightly wound rope being pulled one knot tighter each morning. Egypt lives on a clock you cannot control, one built around the pulse of the Nile, not the whims of men. Akhet, the flood season. The Nile rises, spilling over its banks, swallowing the fields beneath deep, slow waters. To the outsider, it may seem like destruction, but you know better. This is life, the black, rich silt, carried from lands far beyond your sight, spread like a soft, muddy gift. The water covers everything, the land, the paths, even parts of the village at times. The air smells sharp and clean at first, then heavy and sour as the weeks of standing water breed insects and rot. In these months, your work changes form, but never stops. You dredge irrigation canals, repair embankments washed out by the current, and build makeshift causeways of bundled reeds and packed mud to move between patches of dry land. Your feet squelch through thick mud for days on end, the weight of the water pulling against every step, clinging to your ankles like some jealous god, unwilling to let you pass freely. The flies multiply. They are always present, but during the floods they rise in swarms thick enough to block your vision. Black clouds of buzzing wings descend upon your face, crawling into your nostrils, your ears, your mouth. You swat and wave them away until your arms ache more than your legs, but they always return. They are part of the labour too. Pere, the growing season. When the waters recede, the fields re-emerge, drenched and dark as ink, ready to accept new life. You begin planting at first light, driving the sharp end of your wooden planting stick into the softened earth, dropping in precious grains one by one, row after row after row, until your knees burn and your fingers stiffen with cold morning air. The overseers count everything, every sack of seed measured, every foot of field marked, every bundle of reeds tied and recorded. The priests remind you that this is Pharaoh's land, that you are merely the instrument by which the gods bless Egypt's prosperity. They tell you that your labour maintains Ma'at, the balance that holds the universe steady. You do not argue. You do not speak. You nod. Always nod. Your tools wear down. The wooden handles crack. The flint teeth chip and dull. You sharpen them when you can, but sometimes you work with edges that no longer cut cleanly. The fibres of barley resist you, fighting back as though protesting their own harvest. The blisters reopen, the sores deepen. Shemu, the harvest season. This is the hardest work of all, the culmination of every hour of labour, every seed planted, every canal cleared, every prayer offered. The fields must be cleared quickly, before thieves, storms, or pests claim what Pharaoh believes is his. You cut the barley in quick, violent motions, the sickle slicing through the stalks in wide arcs. Your back screams, Your shoulders tremble. The cuts become less clean as your arms grow weaker, but you cannot stop. The overseers shout if your pace slows. The cut grain is bundled and stacked in tall piles, tied with twisted flax cords, then loaded onto ox-drawn carts that groan beneath their weight as they roll toward the village storehouses. The scribes stand at the entrances, recording every delivery with careful marks on their clay tablets, as though the gods themselves will audit their work come Judgment Day. And always you are watched, not by the gods, not really, by men, the scribes, the overseers, the priests. They hold your life between their fingers, and you bow your head beneath their gaze, your neck growing heavier with each season that passes. The harvest is never yours. After Pharaoh takes his share, after the temple claims its portion, after the scribes deduct taxes and penalties for debts you barely remember incurring, you receive your ration, just enough to feed your family through the next cycle. No more. You have no surplus, no security, no rest, a single bad flood, a single poor harvest, a single season of illness among the oxen, and your family faces hunger. Or worse. The priests say this is the divine order, that Pharaoh is a god on earth, that the gods smile upon your labour. You smile when they say it, because you must. You return home each night with a body so heavy you feel as though the earth itself pulls you downward. Your fingers twitch in your sleep. Your calves cramp so sharply that you wake suddenly, gasping, clutching at your leg until the knot loosens. Your shoulders feel like ropes, pulled too tight for too long. You sleep like a man drowning, not peacefully, but desperately, gulping whatever rest you can before the morning demands you again. Even in your dreams you labour. You dream of fields, of mud pulling at your feet, of overseers calling your name, their voices like distant echoes that haunt you into waking. The temple bells ring before dawn, always before dawn. Their hollow tones bounce across the village walls, pulling everyone from their mats like invisible hands shaking you by the shoulders. Another day, you eat quickly, barley flatbread, some garlic, maybe a few old dates if you're lucky. Your wife hands you a small clay cup of beer as you tie your kilt around your waist. Your hands shake slightly as you drink. Your stomach resists at first, sour from fatigue, but you force it down. Your children watch silently. They're old enough to understand, old enough to know that one day they too will walk into the fields, that their hands will blister as yours do, that their backs will bend, that their bodies will ache as yours does. The cycle never breaks, and yet, through it all, the Blue Lotus waits. It sits inside your home, wrapped tightly in linen, hidden beneath the old chest near your sleeping mat. Your secret, your mercy. When the weight becomes too sharp, when your mind begins to fray under the strain of sameness, when you can no longer pretend that tomorrow holds anything different, you will brew the petals again. You will sip the bitter wine. You will close your eyes. And for a few brief, stolen hours, you will drift above it all. Above the fields, above Pharaoh, above the priests and their polished scrolls, above the endless ache that has become your life. The lotus waits, always. The work shapes you. Not just your body, but your mind. You no longer think in years, or months, or even days. You think in tasks. One field finished. One canal cleared. One bundle lifted. One row weeded. One sun crossed. One meal eaten. One sleep survived. That is the only way to endure. You have seen what happens to those who think too far ahead. They hope. They plan. They believe that the gods will shift the weight if they only pray hard enough or labour long enough. And when nothing changes, when each day is identical to the last, the hope cracks and the men break. Some turn to anger, some turn to silence. A few simply stop moving one day. Their hands drop the tool, their knees give way. Their faces go blank as though their soul has quietly stepped away, unwilling to continue. You refuse that fate. You have your rhythm, and you have the lotus. The seasons rotate again. You pass from flood to planting to harvest once more. The work does not change. The fields remain. The overseers remain. The scribes remain. The priests remain. Pharaoh remains. Though whether the living man on the throne changes is irrelevant. The stone carvings remain regardless of who breathes behind the name. But you, like your fellow workers, are slowly ground thinner by each passing cycle. The ache in your knees sharpens. The pain in your shoulders never fully fades between days. Your hands grow harder, more scarred, the skin like dried leather. But beneath that armour, your grip weakens. The same hoe feels heavier now than it did a few years ago. The same bundles strain your back more sharply than before. The overseers do not care. They still call your name each morning. They still mark your work on their tablets. If your pace slows, they notice. They say nothing at first, but the sideways glances arrive, the murmurs between them, the subtle shift of expectation that you recognize immediately. You are aging. You are becoming less useful. And though the priests speak of Mayat, of cosmic balance, there is no balance here for a man whose strength begins to fail. There is only the knowledge that once you fall behind too far, your share of food shrinks, your family's ration shrinks, your place in the line of workers slips further back. You have seen it many times. The old men forced into smaller tasks, hauling water jars, patching baskets, grinding grain, until even those tasks become too much. Until they sit outside their homes, backs bent permanently forwards, hands trembling in their laps, staring at nothing, waiting for Anubis to call their name. Your own father faded that way. You remember watching him stumble on the walk home one night, his breathing rough, his face pale beneath a layer of dust and sweat. You remember the small wheezing coughs that followed for weeks. You remember his hands shaking so badly that your mother had to feed him by hand. You remember the priests coming with their polite blessings when he finally slipped into death, their soft prayers spoken like a transaction completed. Your children will one day watch you the same way. You know this. And so you protect your small secret. The petals, your only rebellion, your only relief. The workday ends again. Another evening where the sunset feels less like beauty and more like permission to collapse. You walk home slowly, your legs thick and unresponsive beneath you, the skin of your back burning beneath your linen, your head pounding with dehydration and heat. Your wife greets you silently. She reads your exhaustion on your face without needing to ask. She hands you your cup of beer. You drink. The meal is the same. Bread, porridge, a handful of figs, if the market was kind, a few thin strips of dried fish. The children sit quietly, understanding your silence. Even the youngest has learned not to ask questions at the end of long days. Their wide eyes watch you like distant stars, observing rather than participating. And later, when the house has grown quiet, when the children sleep and your wife breathes softly beside you, you rise. You move carefully, quietly, so as not to wake anyone. You lift the lid of the small chest near your bed, reaching beneath the bundles of worn cloth and broken amulets to the hidden pouch. Your fingers touch the cool linen bundle, wrapped tightly around the precious petals. the blue lotus, dried perfectly, preserved carefully. Your pulse quickens slightly, not with excitement, but with the familiar anticipation of what comes next. You prepare the mixture in the dark, your movements practiced. You pour a small measure of date wine into a clay cup, watching the thick, sticky liquid catch the faint flicker of the oil lamp's light. You gently unfold the bundle, releasing the faint aroma of the lotus. Sweet, almost earthy, with that subtle sharpness that your body already recognizes. The petals go into the wine, swirling as you stir them slowly with a carved wooden stick. You let them soak, watching the colour deepen, watching the liquid thicken. You sit. You wait. You drink. The bitter edge strikes first, as always. The sweetness of the wine fades quickly beneath the herbal bite of the petals. You sip slowly, letting the mixture slide down your throat, feeling it settle into your stomach, like a stone dropping into a deep well. And then you wait again. The first warmth arrives behind your eyes. The familiar buzzing inside your ears grows louder, but softer, as though muffled beneath layers of linen. Your breathing slows. Your body begins to relax, the tight cords of your back loosening slightly. The sharpness of the day blurs at the edges. The weight lifts. The room shifts gently. The lines of the walls bend, not sharply, but like reeds swaying beneath shallow water. The flickering flame of the lamp doubles, then triples, each flame dancing to its own rhythm before merging again. The ceiling above you seems farther away. Your own body feels lighter, disconnected from the hard mat beneath you. The pain in your joints fades into distant whispers. The throbbing in your temples softens into a dull hum, like the low song of temple chants carried by a desert wind. Visions come. They always do. The Nile stretches before you, wide and silver beneath a moon you've never seen this large. Lotus flowers bloom as big as boats, their petals unfolding endlessly, like the spinning wheels of the gods themselves. Figures glide across the horizon. You recognize them, though no names rise in your mind. Gods, ancestors, perhaps both. Anubis stands silently at the edge of the water, his jackal head tilted slightly, watching you with those same patient golden eyes you've seen before. His gaze is not judgmental, not angry, simply aware. You feel no fear. Not here. The world above your world carries no weight. Here, you float. For a few precious hours, the ache that lives inside your chest, that slow, twisting thread of despair you carry every day, goes quiet. The work is gone. The overseers are gone. The quotas, the taxes, the endless cycle of flood and harvest and hunger, gone. Only the petals remain. And you, drifting, weightless, free. You're not alone in your suffering. That might sound like comfort, but it isn't. It's simply the truth. Misery is the shared language of the people here, and everyone speaks it fluently. Yet while you toil alongside hundreds of others, bent backs, sunburnt skin, blistered hands, you're constantly reminded that even inside this great grinding machine, not all gears turn equally. You exist at the bottom. There are layers above you. Many layers. The priests, the scribes, the merchants, the soldiers. Each one standing just slightly taller on the backs of those beneath them. And at the very top, distant and unreachable as the stars above, sits Pharaoh, a god made flesh. That is what you are told. That is what you must believe. Pharaoh is not merely your ruler. He is the living bridge between this world and the gods. His word is law not because he commands it, but because the divine world breathes through him. To question Pharaoh is to question the balance of existence itself. And who are you to question balance? You never see Pharaoh, of course. You likely never will. His palace lies beyond high, whitewashed walls guarded by men in polished bronze, their spears gleaming under the same sun that cracks your skin. His household is a world you cannot even imagine. Cool stone halls shaded by palm trees, gardens irrigated by private canals, pools filled with clean, clear water that your family would never dare drink from. Servants attend to his every whim. Artisans craft his jewellery. Bakers prepare his elaborate feasts. Physicians tend to his health with honeyed remedies and rare herbs carried on the backs of camels from lands so far away their names sound like nonsense. And all of it is built on your labour. You and the thousands like you. Your hands carve the canals that feed his gardens. Your back hauls the stones that build his monuments. Your grain fills his storehouses. Your sons serve in his armies. Your daughters serve in his households, and you thank him for it, because that is what you were taught, because that is how the world remains steady. Below Pharaoh sit the nobles. Their homes loom at the edge of your village like reminders of how high a man may rise if the gods favour him, or if his family was clever enough generations ago to steal someone else's fortune. Their compounds are walled, their courtyards shaded. You glimpse flashes of their lives when their servants enter the markets. Baskets overflowing with fruits you've rarely tasted. Jugs of wine that would cost more than a month's labour. Bolts of linen so fine the fabric seems to float like mist. The nobles do not work. Their sons are educated by scribes, learning to write the sacred symbols that will one day purchase them posts in Pharaoh's administration. Their daughters are groomed to marry other nobles, securing alliances that trade fields and herds like gambling tokens. Their labour is invisible, their suffering non-existent. They do not sweat, they do not blister, they do not feel the sharp crack of the overseer's staff across their backs. Below them, the priests. You see them more often because they walk among the people when necessary, not as equals, but as representatives of the gods. Their heads are shaved smooth, their skin powdered white to ward off insects and evil spirits. Their linen robes are immaculate, never stained by sweat or dirt. They walk with slow, deliberate steps, heads high, eyes focused just above yours, as if they cannot bear to acknowledge your presence directly. They control the temples, which means they control everything. The grain stores, the distribution of land, the law courts, the interpretation of dreams and omens. The priests whisper into Pharaoh's ear. They speak to the gods on behalf of the nation. They decide when the festivals will occur. They decide who is pure and who is unclean. When your neighbour's son caught fever last year, it was the priests who declared the child cursed, denying him entry to the temple grounds until he either recovered or died. He died, and his mother, your friend since childhood, was forced to bury him without the proper rites, under the suspicious stares of those who feared contamination. The priests explained this, of course, as necessary, a matter of divine law, a matter of order. Markut must be preserved, always Ma'at. Below the priests sit the scribes. They are educated men, though not nobles. They read, they write, they sit in the shade. They record every sheaf of barley you deliver, every amphora of oil, every bundle of flax. Their reed pens scratch quietly across the papyrus scrolls as they make marks that control your life more completely than the overseer's staff ever could. You know some of them by name? Mena. Beck, Thutmose. They nod politely when you pass, but you feel the distance between you as surely as if a wall stood between your two worlds. They are not cruel, but they are distant. They look at you the way a potter looks at his wheel, something necessary for the work, but not something to admire. Their sons will become scribes. Your sons will not. The scribes work for the temple, for Pharaoh, for the nobility. They track the quotas. They determine the tax levies. They control the flow of grain from the storehouses each year. If you fall behind on your quota, if a storm ruins your fields, if your ox dies unexpectedly, it is the scribe who writes the deficit into his record. And that deficit follows you like a shadow, passed to your sons if necessary. You do not argue with the scribes. Their word is fact. Their marks on papyrus are reality. Beneath the scribes, you and the others, the farmers, the builders, the carriers, the repairmen, the haulers, the diggers, the faceless many, you work under the eye of the overseers, whose entire purpose is to squeeze every usable drop of labour from your bones. They are not noble, nor priestly, nor scholarly, but they hold power over you. They bark orders, measure your pace, and strike when you falter. Their staffs leave welts that fade slowly, but never entirely disappear. If you protest, they beat you. If you collapse, they replace you. If you die, they record it and move on. Beneath you, the slaves. Captured soldiers, criminals, debtors too poor to repay their obligations. They labour beside you sometimes, though even they occupy their own grim tier. They have no rights, no protections, no possessions. They eat what they are given and live as long as they remain useful. You are one disaster away from joining them. A poor harvest, a bad injury, a wrongly spoken word overheard by the wrong man, and finally, beneath all, the dead, buried in shallow graves without proper rites, their names unrecorded, their bodies left for the scavengers of both this world and the next. Even in death, the hierarchy holds. The nobles are entombed with golden amulets and elaborate prayers carved into their sarcophagi. Their tombs sit carved into cliffs or hidden beneath towering pyramids. Their souls are guided into the afterlife by entire retinues of priests and servants performing elaborate rituals. You, if you're fortunate, your family will offer a small prayer, place a few offerings, and bury you beneath a simple stone. And perhaps, if the gods notice, your soul will find peace. But no guarantees, never guarantees. The hierarchy is absolute, and you exist within it like a grain of sand beneath the weight of a stone temple. You do not dream of rising. You do not fantasize about escape. You endure. And in the quiet hours when the weight grows too sharp, when the faces of the priests and the sneering eyes of the overseers burn too brightly behind your tired eyelids, you turn to the lotus. The one place where, for a few stolen hours, the hierarchy dissolves. Where Pharaoh cannot find you. Where priests cannot judge you. Where scribes cannot record you. Where the overseer's staff cannot reach. The blue petals float in your wine, swirling softly, their colour deepening as they steep. You drink slowly, letting the bitterness pass your tongue, letting the warmth bloom behind your eyes. And there, as the visions rise, the Nile stretching endlessly beneath silver moons, Anubis standing watch with patient eyes, the gods swirling in strange and beautiful forms, you become something else. Not a labourer, not a name on a tablet, not a beast of burden beneath Pharaoh's gaze. For those few hours you are free. You float, you breathe, you escape. There are moments, small, fleeting moments, when you glimpse the other world. not the afterlife promised by priests, not the visions that come with the lotus. The world of the powerful, the world that floats just above you, close enough to see, but never to touch. You catch these glimpses when you're summoned to work on one of their estates. Not often. Your usual labour keeps you pinned to the fields. But occasionally, when large repairs are needed, or a new building rises, or a noble prepares for a festival requiring extra hands, you're pulled into their orbit for a short time. The difference is immediate. Their homes sit on the edge of the village, elevated slightly as though the very ground beneath their feet was instructed to rise higher than yours. The walls are bright, freshly painted white, smooth and without cracks. The gates are tall, guarded by men wearing polished bronze and linen finer than any you've ever touched. Inside, the world changes. The air smells different, sweetened by perfumes imported from lands so distant they might as well be myth. Oils pressed from exotic flowers coat their skin. Myrrh burns constantly, hiding the stink of sweat you live with every moment. The courtyards are shaded by towering palms. Pools of clean water ripple in quiet corners. Fish dart beneath floating lotus flowers, not dried and folded into your wine, but living, vibrant, untouched. You stare at them sometimes, marvelling at how water so clean can exist when your own is thick with silt, insects, and danger. The nobles stroll these grounds with a weightless ease you will never know. Their feet never touch the same dirt that clings permanently to your skin. Their clothes hang loose and airy, dyed with soft colours forbidden to commoners. Delicate blues, vibrant reds, even rare purples that whisper of wealth so deep it no longer feels real. Their women glide like ornaments, their eyes lined in kohl, their lips painted red with crushed carmine beetles. Their fingers are heavy with golden rings, their necks draped with beads of turquoise and lapis lazuli, pulled from mines worked by men not unlike you. Men who suffocate beneath the earth while these jewels shine beneath the sun. You see the food prepared for them, great platters of roasted meat, fruits so ripe they burst open at the slightest touch, cakes sweetened with honey that drips like liquid gold, and their wine rich, thick, deep red, nothing like the thin, sour beer you swallow daily. Their servants pour it freely, their cups never empty. You do not speak unless spoken to. You do not raise your eyes too high. Your role is to carry, to lift, to build, to serve. Once you glimpsed a nobleman in his private garden reclining beneath a shade canopy, a servant girl fanning him lazily as another fed him dates from a silver platter. He laughed as his scribe read him a petition from a villager, a man not unlike yourself, begging forgiveness for a debt unpaid. The noble waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention back to the music. Two young girls plucking harps softly beside him. You carried the stone for his new fountain that day. Your back burned as you lowered each block into place, sweat pouring into your eyes, while the nobleman sang softly to himself. That memory lives in you, not because of rage. You've learned not to waste energy on rage. Rage changes nothing here, but because of how natural it all seemed to them, how completely unremarkable your suffering was to their eyes, as though you were nothing but one of the animals pulling his cart, necessary, replaceable. This is the world you serve. And even beneath the nobles, the petty humiliations continue. The market reminds you daily of your place. The merchants stand behind their stalls, their voices loud, their hands moving quickly as they measure out goods. Baskets of onions, strings of garlic, small piles of dates, tiny handfuls of dried fish. You barter carefully. Not because you're cheap, but because you must. Every deben of copper you trade means less tomorrow. The merchant's face tightens when you haggle too hard. He leans forward, his eyes narrowing, his voice lowering to remind you that you have no real power here. You can take it, he says quietly, or you can leave hungry. You always take it. The priests walk through the market sometimes, gliding like pale birds through the sea of rough linen and sweat-soaked bodies. People step aside automatically, lowering their heads slightly. The priests rarely stop to speak. They are reminders, physical, breathing reminders, that Ma'at watches you at all times. You do not speak to them unless addressed. You do not meet their eyes. You fear them, as all do. Their word can make you pure or unclean. Their judgment can open or close the doors of the temple to you. Their blessings accompany births, marriages, and deaths, though not all deaths. The priests reserve their full ceremonies for those who can pay. When your friend's son drowned last year, swept away by the fast-moving Nile after a sudden storm, the priests offered no funeral rites. They said the boy had not completed his purification ceremonies. His soul would wander. His mother still weeps quietly at night, her face hollow, her voice cracked from weeping. You comfort her when you can, but what can you say? Her son is lost, because the priest said so. At every level, humiliation breathes quietly beneath the surface. You see it in the tiny, invisible rules. The way your feet must remain uncovered when you enter the outer courtyard of the temple, while the scribes keep their sandals. The way your wife must step aside when noble women pass through the village, their guards watching for any accidental offence. The way your children are taught from their first steps not to speak too loudly, not to run too carelessly near the market stalls, not to glance too long at the priests. Humility is survival. Humiliation is protection. To stand tall is dangerous. To speak loudly is dangerous. To demand fairness is dangerous. Even laughter becomes measured. Too much joy draws attention. Too much happiness tempts the gods to strike. And so you live carefully. You bow. You nod. You lower your eyes. You thank those who take from you. You praise those who order you. You smile when the priests pass. You smile when the scribes record your debts. You smile when the overseer shouts. You smile when the noble's cart splashes mud across your legs as it passes. Because you must. Because that is how you survive. And when the day's weight grows unbearable, when the silent screams inside your chest threaten to burst through your lips, you turn once again to the petals, the blue lotus, not for rebellion, not for anger, but for mercy, for those few hours where Pharaoh disappears, where the priests dissolve into the mist, where the scribe's ink fades from the scrolls, where the overseer's staff falls silent. You drink, you close your eyes, and you float. Sometimes, though you know better, your mind drifts to dangerous thoughts. You wonder what it might feel like to stand above someone else for once, to give orders instead of receiving them, to sit beneath a shaded awning while others carry stone and grain for you. But those are not thoughts for men like you. Even the idea of escape is hollow. Where would you go? Across the desert? Into the mountains? Into Nubia, where foreign kings rule? Or beyond, into lands your ears have only heard whispered stories of? You would not survive. The desert eats men. The gods see everything. You're not a free man. You are an owned man, owned not by a single master, but by the entire structure, by Pharaoh, by the temple, by the priests, by the overseers, by the quotas carved onto clay tablets that track your life more carefully than you can track your own breathing. And it is not only you. Your wife is no freer. Her world is smaller, but no less brutal. She rises before you each morning, her fingers cracked and bleeding from grinding grain on the stone quern day after day, years into decades. The stone wears down under her hands. So does she. Her knees ache from kneeling. Her back curves with the endless bowing motion of the grinder. The bread she bakes feeds you both, but it too carries the cost of labour. The flour is coarse, filled with flecks of stone dust from the grinding. You have seen how this grit wears down the teeth of your people, how mouths fill with pain and rot long before your hair turns white. Chewing the bread is its own kind of slow, grinding death. She carries water from the Nile daily, balancing the heavy clay jars on her head, feeling the strain in her neck and shoulders that never fully leaves. The water is warm, thick, alive with unseen things that stir in your bellies, stealing strength, bringing fevers. Her tasks are endless. Baking, cleaning, weaving, tending to the children, trading at the market, smoothing the linen you wear into submission under the relentless pounding of a wooden beater. And when she grows sick or weak or exhausted, there is no pause. The work must continue. Always. Even the children, so young still, have already begun their slow descent into this life. Your son helps with simple tasks now, carrying bundles of reeds, fetching tools for you in the fields. His skin darkens in the sun, his thin arms growing sinewy beneath the labour far too early. Your daughter follows her mother to the market, learning to bargain, learning to stay quiet when the priests pass, learning to nod and smile even when insulted or cheated. The hierarchy is not only enforced by the powerful, it is enforced by everyone. Neighbours whisper about one another. Who has fallen behind on their grain quotas? Who owes more debit of copper than they can repay? Who is being watched by the overseers more closely this season? Fear lives in the air. It moves like smoke through the narrow alleys, curling into every home. A family that falls too far behind risks losing what little it has. Their grain taken as tax, their livestock seized, even their children sold into servitude to pay debts. And no one dares to intervene. To help is to risk sharing the same fate. You have seen it happen. You once watched your neighbour, Horemheb, a man only a few years older than you, strong and capable, falter after a fever swept through his family. His wife died first, then 2 of his children. The priests declared his home unclean. The scribes recalculated his debts. The loss of his wife's labour counted against him, as if death itself was an unpaid tax. Within a year, his home was empty. His surviving son sold as a temple servant. His remaining grain seized. Horemheb himself assigned to forced labour projects outside the village, working far from the Nile, digging tombs for nobles who would never know his name. You still think of him sometimes. You wonder if he lives, if he floats now beneath the earth, digging eternal tunnels for Pharaoh's afterlife, his name erased from the world above. This is the weight you carry daily, the knowledge that you balance always on a narrow edge, one misstep away from joining those who fall. Even celebration serves as a reminder of your place. During the great festivals, when the temple opens its gates and the streets flood with music and laughter, you join the crowds like everyone else. You sing the hymns. You watch the dancers in their flowing linen, their arms weaving through the air like water. You drink the beer that flows more freely on these rare days. But you know your role. You cheer as the priests parade golden statues of the gods through the streets, lifted high on platforms carried by trembling men whose faces are locked into smiles of obedient devotion. You bow as the nobles pass by, dressed in garlands of lotus and draped in fabrics dyed with colours that cost more than a year's work. You pretend that you too are being blessed, that your joy is equal to theirs, that Ma'at smiles equally upon rich and poor. But you feel the truth inside your chest, a cold, quiet ember that never fully goes out. You are permitted to touch the edges of celebration, never its heart. Even laughter is carefully portioned. Too much joy, and you risk inviting jealousy from the gods. Too little, and you risk being seen as ungrateful, unworthy of Pharaoh's protection. And so, you perform your happiness like a dance, rehearsed, careful, controlled. After the music fades, after the priests retreat behind their towering temple walls, after the nobles return to their villas and the market stalls empty, you return to your small home beneath the stars. The silence returns. The heat returns. The weight returns. And there, in that silence, you feel the pressure inside your ribs. That tightening, twisting ache that builds as each day passes. The knowledge that you cannot rise, that no effort will lift you, that your sons will bend their backs as you do, that your daughters will grind the grain as your wife does, that your name will be spoken for a while, then fade, like water poured into dry sand. You lie awake beneath the heavy air, staring at the ceiling beams as your family sleeps beside you, listening to the distant hum of insects and the soft breathing of your children. And then, carefully, silently, you reach beneath the small chest beside your mat. Your fingers find the wrapped linen bundle, the petals, the blue lotus. You prepare the mixture as you always do, slowly, respectfully. The bitter taste coats your tongue. The warmth spreads behind your eyes. The weight begins to lift. The world dissolves into softer shapes. And for a little while, for a blessed, stolen while, the hierarchy vanishes. You are no longer beneath anyone. You are no longer anything at all. You float. The longer you live inside this world, the more invisible you become. Not to your family, not to your neighbours. To them, you exist. You laugh, you eat, you share what little you have, and you carry each other's grief when death arrives, as it always does, uninvited and merciless. But to those above you, your existence fades like worn pigment on an old temple wall. You are useful while you work. You are noticed when you fail. In between, you are unseen. You pass the priests in the village, and they do not meet your eye. You stand before the scribes to receive your quota, and they do not truly see your face. You bow as nobles ride past on fine chariots, and they glance through you as if you are not there at all. You become part of the landscape, like the mud brick walls, like the palm trees, like the oxen pulling carts through the dust. Present, functional, replaceable. The hierarchy requires this. The entire structure depends on your silence, on your compliance, on your ability to disappear beneath the weight of their needs. But while they forget you, you remember them. You remember every time the scribes lowered your grain share, citing new temple repairs as justification. You remember every time the overseer's staff found your back when you stumbled from exhaustion. You remember every time the priests demanded offerings your family could barely afford to give, promising protection from gods who seemed deaf to your prayers. And you remember every glimpse of luxury you're allowed, brief, mocking glimpses of the life you'll never touch. The cool shade in noble courtyards. The glimmer of gold jewellery swinging from their wives' necks. The scent of perfume so sweet they fill the air like honey. The wine, dark, thick, fragrant, poured into polished goblets as they feast. Once, when you worked on repairs at a noble's villa, you saw his youngest son, barely old enough to walk, playing with a carved ivory toy shaped like a lion. The child servant trailed behind him, ready to lift him at the first stumble, ready to wipe his face at the first tear. Your own children had never seen ivory, never touched anything so fine. Their toys were rocks, sticks, broken pottery shards polished smooth by river water. The child's laughter echoed through the shaded courtyard as you carried baskets of limestone rubble beneath the sun, your sweat staining your kilt, your breath sharp with effort. You do not resent the child. You cannot. It is not his fault. But you feel the weight of difference press deeper into your ribs that day. That cold weight that never leaves, that lives inside your chest, tightening each year as your strength fades. And when you return home from days like that, you sit longer in silence. Your wife watches you carefully, understanding without words. Sometimes she places her hand lightly on yours, offering the only comfort she can. Not solutions, there are none, but presence. The shared knowledge of weight carried together. And in these moments the lotus calls more strongly, because it is not only the labour that wears you down, it is not only the heat, it is the constant presence of your own smallness. The relentless truth that no matter how much you bend, no matter how long you endure, you will never rise. You are part of a great structure whose stones are built from men like you, layer after layer, buried beneath the monuments that will stand long after your name has vanished. And yet, even as you vanish, you must smile. You must smile when the noble's cart splashes muddy water against your legs. You must smile when the priests demand another offering for the health of your family. You must smile when the scribes count your grain and find new reasons to take more. You must smile when the overseer's staff cracks against your back, because a bowed head draws less attention than a raised one, because survival lives in submission. But sometimes, when you drink from the cup, when the petals steep and the mixture turns dark and bitter, you taste something else. Not rebellion, not hope, not even joy, but distance. A beautiful, merciful distance. You drink, and the edges of the world blur. You drink, and Pharaoh shrinks until he is no larger than the grains of barley you plant. You drink, and the priest's white robes dissolve like smoke. You drink, and the scribe's endless tallies vanish into the wind. You drink, and the overseer's voice fades into nothing but a faint echo. The stars rise larger above you. The Nile shimmers brighter than you've ever seen. The gods appear, not in anger, not in judgment, but as distant, curious figures watching you float above the life they designed. And for those precious hours, the hierarchy ceases to exist. There are no ranks, no quotas, no punishments, no debts, only silence, only drifting, only the gentle sway of unseen currents carrying you away from your place in the world. For a few hours, you belong to nothing. You are free. You float. The priests say Egypt is order. They say it proudly, as though repeating a great secret handed down from the gods themselves. Ma'at. The word is everywhere. Whispered at births, chanted at funerals, painted onto temple walls, carved into the stone foundations of monuments that will stand long after your bones have turned to dust. Balance, harmony, divine truth. That's what Ma'at means, at least that's what the priests say. But balance is never truly balanced. Not for you. The priests claim the gods maintain this order. Ra crosses the sky by day and descends into the underworld by night, fighting Apophis, the serpent of chaos, who threatens to consume the world in shadow. Osiris rules the dead. Horus watches from above. Anubis guards the tombs. Thoth records every deed. The stories are beautiful, intricate, endless. You know many of them by heart, not because you sought them out, but because you were raised inside them. They're painted on every temple wall, sung at every festival, recited by the priests in daily prayers that never stop echoing through your world. But you know something the priests never say aloud. Ma'at serves those who already hold power. The priests speak of harmony while collecting offerings. The scribes record your debts while speaking of divine justice. The nobles feast while praising Pharaoh's wisdom. Pharaoh sits atop it all, as though placed there directly by Ra himself. And you? You are part of Ma'at only when you submit to it. Order means knowing your place. The priests control far more than prayers. They control the calendar, deciding when to plant, when to harvest, when to celebrate, when to mourn. Their chants mark the beginning of each season. Their readings of the stars guide the timing of your entire life. When the Nile floods too high or too low, the priests perform elaborate rituals to soothe the gods. If the floods fail completely, if famine creeps toward the edges of the village, they call for greater offerings, more sacrifices, longer chants. And if the famine continues, they whisper of impurity among the people. They search for sin among the commoners, as though your failures provoke divine anger. Never their own, always yours. They claim to speak directly to the gods, though no one hears the gods speak back. And yet the village believes, because to doubt is dangerous. Because to question is to step outside of Ma'at into Isvet, chaos, and chaos is punished. The stories keep you quiet. You've heard them since childhood. If you disobey, you will wander the afterlife lost, denied entry into the fields of reeds, the eternal paradise where food grows freely and the air stays cool and labour is unknown. There, you are told, the blessed live forever, their bellies full, their backs unbent. But to reach this paradise, you must obey. You must honour Pharaoh, the priests, the gods. You must live humbly, honestly, faithfully. You must endure. At death, your heart will be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. If your heart is heavy with sin, it will be devoured by Amit, the crocodile lion, hippopotamus beast that lurks beneath Osiris's judgment. If your heart is light, you will pass into eternity. And so, you labour not only for your life, but for your soul's survival. It is not fear of overseers that keeps you moving through the fields each day. It is not even fear of Pharaoh. It is fear of the afterlife slipping away, of eternal hunger, eternal darkness. The priests know this. They guard the gates of both life and death. Your offerings sustain them. You bring baskets of grain, jars of beer, cuts of meat, offerings you can barely spare, to the temple at appointed times. You bow deeply as you place them before the altar, watching as the priests gather your sacrifices and carry them behind closed doors where you cannot follow. Do the gods eat these offerings? You know the answer, but you do not say it aloud. The priests feast, the gods remain silent. The ceremonies are beautiful. You've seen them many times. Processions of chanting priests in long linen robes, carrying sacred images of the gods through the village. The statues gleam beneath the sun, polished gold and inlaid stones sparkling like stars come to earth. Incense clouds the air. The scent of myrrh and frankincense mixes with sweat and dust, filling your nostrils until your head feels light. The drums pulse in perfect rhythm with your heartbeat. The sistrums rattle like the rustling of reeds by the Nile. The entire village turns out for these processions. Not because they have a choice, because they must. Because absence would be noticed. Because the priests watch, always watch. The children mimic the priests, waving tiny palm fronds, their wide eyes full of awe. The elders murmur prayers beneath their breath, clutching amulets close to their chests. And you stand among them, your head bowed, your voice adding to the chorus. Your mouth sings, but your mind floats elsewhere. You wonder sometimes if the gods listen at all, or if they are as indifferent as the Nile, steady, unchanging, unmoved by the weight of your days. At night, you sit beneath the stars, staring upward at the sky's endless dome. The priests say these stars are the souls of the blessed, shining eternally in the heavens. You search for familiar constellations, the great plough, the reed boat, the crocodile, and wonder who watches you from above. You whisper prayers anyway, not because you expect an answer, but because silence feels heavier than words. The culture seeps into everything, into how you eat, into how you walk, into how you think. When your wife gives birth, you bring offerings to Hathor, goddess of motherhood. You offer thanks if the child survives. If the child does not, you beg the priests for purification rites. When illness strikes, you turn to healers who mix honey and herbs, reciting spells copied from scrolls said to be written by Thoth himself. When a relative dies, you hire the embalmers, if you can afford them, to preserve the body for the journey into the afterlife. They work quickly, efficiently, removing organs, packing the body with natron salts, wrapping it in layer after layer of linen. You attend the funeral, bowing before the priests as they chant prayers to guide the soul across the great river of death. You watch as offerings are placed inside the tomb. Bread, beer, amulets, wooden figurines meant to serve the deceased in the next world. You mourn, but you also feel the gnawing knowledge that your own burial may not be so grand. Only the wealthy can afford full rites. You pray that your family will have enough to purchase your safe passage. The control is complete. The priests own your death as much as your life. And so you obey, you bow, you give, you endure. But sometimes, in quiet moments when the ceremonies end, when the prayers fall silent, when the priests retreat behind their towering walls, you feel the truth pulsing behind your ribs. The culture keeps you in your place. The stories keep you from questioning. The fear keeps you silent. And when that weight grows sharp, when the endless songs of Ma'at ring hollow, you turn, once again, to the only mercy you know. The blue lotus. You prepare it carefully. The petals steep, their deep colour bleeding into the wine, like dusk swallowing the sky. You drink, and the world begins to soften. The chants of the priests fade. The golden statues lose their power. The stars swirl above you like dancers, freed from their orbits. For a few hours you step beyond Ma'at, beyond fear, beyond belief, beyond Pharaoh, beyond priests, beyond balance itself. And you float. The priests say that Egypt is the land of eternal cycles. The Nile rises and falls. The sun crosses the sky and returns. The moon waxes and wanes. Pharaoh lives and dies, and his son takes his place. Ma'at holds it all together. Everything repeats, everything returns. This is the great comfort they offer, that the world will never change. But what they call comfort, you feel as a kind of cage, The cycles do not care for your suffering. They do not pause when your ox falls dead in the field, or when your child coughs through the night, or when the grain harvest falls short, and the scribes reduce your ration. The sun will rise again regardless. And so you endure. The stories are everywhere. They live in your language, in your festivals, in the very air you breathe. The old tales shape your world as surely as the Nile's banks shape your fields. You grew up hearing them from the mouths of elders sitting on cracked mats beside cooking fires, their voices low and rhythmic as the stars appeared one by one overhead. The story of how Osiris was murdered by his jealous brother Set, how Isis, his faithful wife, pieced his body back together and conceived Horus, how Horus battled Set to reclaim the throne, restoring Mayat to the world. The priests say Pharaoh is Horus made flesh, the embodiment of that ancient victory. When you bend your back in the field, you bend not for a man, but for the living God. When you offer your grain at the temple, you offer it to the order of the world itself. At least that is what you are told. The tales explain everything. When the floods are generous, they say the gods are pleased. When the floods are weak, they say the people have sinned. When your child survives birth, it is because Hathor smiled upon your house. When your child dies, it is because some impurity angered the gods. When the scribes demand higher taxes, it is because Pharaoh must maintain balance. Every event fits neatly inside the great, intricate pattern. There is no room for randomness, no room for injustice, only your own failure to uphold Ma'at. You have learned not to question, but sometimes, late at night, as the heat presses against your skin, and your stomach gnaws at itself from another day of half meals, you wonder if these stories serve you, or if they serve only those above you. The ceremonies, too, are endless. Every season brings a new festival, a new parade, a new ritual. The Feast of Opet, the beautiful Feast of the Valley, the Festival of Wepet Renpe, the New Year. Each one is a grand performance. The entire village dresses in its finest linen, or, more accurately, in whatever scraps of linen remain unstained and untorn. The priests lead the processions, their robes immaculate, their chants precise, their instruments gleaming beneath the relentless sun. The statues of the gods are carried through the streets, veiled beneath elaborate canopies embroidered with gold thread, their faces hidden from unworthy eyes. The nobles gather on shaded balconies, fanning themselves lazily, sipping wine as they observe the devotion of the common people below. You march with the others. You sing the hymns. You throw lotus petals into the air, their scent mixing with the incense smoke that thickens the streets. The children laugh and dance. The elderly sit quietly on mats near the temple walls, their faces pinched beneath heavy sun. The scribes stand nearby, their tablets ready, recording those present, those absent, those who may need reminders to attend the next ritual. It is a spectacle, a beautiful spectacle. But as you walk, you feel the invisible line drawn in the dust. The priests belong to the gods. The nobles belong to Pharaoh. The scribes belong to the temple. And you belong to all of them. You are the foundation stone they build upon. The ceremonies offer no relief from the daily work. When the festivals end, as they always do, you return to the fields. The grain still needs cutting. The canals still need clearing. The taxes still need paying. Nothing changes. Even your language teaches you your place. You do not call Pharaoh by name. You do not say I when speaking of your labour. You say your servant offers, or this humble one brings. Your speech lowers you automatically. Words trained into your tongue since birth keep you bent, even when you stand. The priests remind you that you are blessed to serve, that your suffering on earth prepares your soul for eternity. But sometimes you catch glimpses that make you wonder. You hear rumours from travellers, men who carry goods up and down the Nile, from Memphis to Thebes, from Aswan to the sea. They speak of places beyond Egypt where rulers fall and rise, where merchants grow rich without temples taking their grain, where men own their own land, where priests do not stand above all. You listen, but you do not repeat these words. They are dangerous. Even hearing them feels like standing too close to the edge of something vast and dark. The priests would call these stories heresy. The scribes would call them lies. The overseers would call them rebellion. And rebellion is death. The last time anyone spoke of rebellion, the punishment was swift. You remember it. A small group of men refused to deliver their full grain quota after a poor flood season. They claimed they could not feed their families otherwise. The scribes marked them as criminals. The priests called for purification. The soldiers arrived at dawn. Their homes were stripped. Their wives were taken as servants. Their children vanished. The men were led away in chains. You never saw them again. The village learned quickly. The gods require obedience. The gods punish those who disrupt balance. And so you bow. And so you offer. And so you serve. Yet still, inside your chest, something coils. A small cold knot that tightens with each passing season. It's not anger. Not yet. It's weariness. Exhaustion from carrying a world built on your back, while others sit in its shade. And when that weariness grows too sharp, you reach once more for the only escape allowed to you. The one the priests pretend not to see. The one they quietly use themselves. The blue lotus. You prepare it carefully, as always. You steep the petals. You sip the bitter wine. And the stories fade. The chants dissolve. The priest's voices vanish. The weight falls away. And you float, not above the Nile, not above the fields, but outside the endless circle itself. Outside of Ma'at, beyond balance, beyond control, beyond belief. Only floating, the culture controls you more than you realise. It is not just the priests with their scrolls, their chants, their rituals. It is not just the nobles with their gilded halls and shimmering robes. It is the very air you breathe, the words you speak, the stories told at every hearth and whispered beneath the stars. From the moment you first open your eyes as a child, the lessons seep in. You learn who holds power. You learn who deserves respect. You learn where you fit beneath everyone, serving all invisible yet essential. Even your clothes speak this truth. Your linen is coarse, bleached pale from the sun, and wear, dyed in the dull shades permitted to commoners. The nobles' linens are fine and flowing, dyed in bright colours reserved for their skin. Your shoes are simple, rough, woven sandals. The scribes wear soft sandals of leather, their soles padded for comfort. The market reflects this too. You barter cautiously, knowing the merchant's eyes watch your every movement, reading your desperation behind your words. The price is never fair. The scales are never balanced. You smile, but inside you count your losses. You swallow your pride. You buy the small sack of grain, the handful of onions, the stale fish. The priests enforce belief like chains. They command the stories told at birth, the prayers whispered in illness, the rites performed at death. They teach that questioning is dangerous, that order must be preserved at all costs, that Pharaoh's rule is divine and eternal. But inside your mind, a quiet resistance grows. Not loud, not rebellious, not spoken aloud. It is a seed of doubt, planted by small injustices, by the steady erosion of your strength, by the endless burdens that fall on you alone. You think about the gods sometimes. Are they truly watching? Are they truly caring? Or are they as indifferent as the desert wind, passing over you without touch? The festivals offer a temporary balm. Music swells. Drums beat. People dance. The village bursts into colour and sound, and for moments the sharp edges of life blur. But even then, the hierarchy remains. The nobles feast while you chew coarse bread. The priests lead the chants while you echo their words without understanding. Pharaoh sits upon his throne in your mind, distant and untouchable. When the celebrations end, the world snaps back. You return to fields, to labour, to the endless grind. And you carry on, because the culture demands it, because survival depends on it, because the stories say you must. But when your back can bear no more, when the stories lose their hold, when the world feels too heavy, you reach once more for mercy. The blue lotus, the petals steep in wine, turning it deep blue like twilight shadows. You drink slowly, savouring the bitterness and sweetness intertwined. The heat fades, the dust settles, the burdens dissolve. The voices of priests and nobles dim into distant echoes, and you float. Above the Nile, above the temples, above the endless cycles. For a few brief hours, you are free. The priests say you are blessed. They say that to be born here, beneath Pharaoh's rule, beneath Ra's sun, within the land where the Nile flows, this is the greatest fortune any soul can receive. And so you repeat it. You say the words. You whisper the prayers. You chant the hymns that tell you Egypt is perfection, because to speak otherwise is dangerous. Because belief is not a choice. It is a requirement. Even as the reality around you scrapes at your bones, you are expected to believe. You see the temples rising high above your village, massive pylons reaching toward the heavens, their walls covered in carved images of gods smiling, kings victorious, enemies crushed beneath chariot wheels. The colours remain vivid, red, blue, green, painted by artisans who labour not unlike you, but who stand just slightly above you, far enough to avoid your burdens, close enough to still bow their heads to the priests. The temples shine beneath the sun, but their cool shadows are not for you. Only the priests pass beneath those high stone ceilings. Only the priests breathe the incense that fills those sacred chambers. Only the priests approach the golden shrines, where the gods themselves are said to reside. You remain outside, always outside. You bring your offerings, carefully counted, painfully gathered, and place them at the temple gates. The priests accept them with soft words of blessing, but their eyes do not meet yours. You kneel, you bow, you back away. The offering is gone. The gods are silent. Your family eats less that night. The stories never stop. Even the stars in the sky are wrapped in belief. The priests teach that the sky is the goddess Nut, her arched body stretching above you, her hands and feet touching the earth, holding back the waters of chaos. Every night, Ra is swallowed by her mouth, travels through the underworld, and is reborn at dawn. This, they say, is proof that balance remains. Every sunrise is proof that order endures. Every sunset is proof that the cycle continues. You watch these cycles as you have since childhood, but now you see something different. You see that the sun always rises, not because priests chant, but because it has always risen. You see that the Nile always floods. Not because Pharaoh is just, but because it has always flooded. You see that the stars always wheel overhead, not because your prayers hold them in place, but because they are far beyond your reach. The priests say that balance requires your obedience, that your suffering serves a purpose, that Pharaoh's comfort is proof that the gods reward righteousness, but in your quietest moments the pattern reveals itself. The suffering serves Pharaoh, the offering served the priests, the labour serves the scribes, the belief serves the order that crushes you beneath it. And still, you obey, because even seeing the truth does not loosen its grip, because rebellion is not allowed, because words are dangerous, because your children must eat. And so you wake each morning before the sun, tie the rough linen kilt around your waist, lift the wooden hoe, and walk back into the fields. Again, again, again. Your muscles strain, your skin burns, your hands crack and bleed, your breath shortens, your belly stays half full. But you keep moving, because to stop is death. And when the ache inside your ribs grows too loud, that quiet pressure that builds and twists with each passing season, you turn to your only relief. The blue lotus, the petals wait, carefully wrapped, hidden beneath your bed, safe from the eyes of priests and scribes. You unwrap them slowly, like a ritual of your own. You pour the wine, thick, sweet, slightly sour from age. You place the petals into the cup, stirring gently as their colour bleeds outward like smoke into water. You sip. The bitterness bites your tongue. The warmth spreads behind your eyes. The noise fades. The priests fall silent. The scribes' tablets crumble. The overseers vanish. The nobles disappear. Pharaoh shrinks into nothing. Even the gods grow small, distant shapes dancing beyond your reach. And you float. For those few precious hours, you're no longer a labourer. You're no longer a servant. You're no longer beneath anyone. You exist beyond belief, beyond control, beyond culture. You simply are, and you float. There are parts of this life that you endure, and then there are parts that haunt you. The priests speak of balance, of divine harmony, but beneath their words, Egypt breathes with a constant undercurrent of quiet horror. Not the kind that screams, not the kind that arrives suddenly, but the slow, creeping kind, the kind that wraps around you in silence, tightening year after year, breath after breath. You witness it daily, the horror of sickness. It lives in every home, in the trembling hands of the old, in the hollow eyes of mothers whose children waste away in their arms, in the swollen bellies of starving infants, in the sores that fester along legs and feet that never fully heal, in the fevers that steal strength first, then breath, then life. You've seen children die before your eyes, strong 1 week, coffin the next, still the following. The priests say it is the gods calling them home, but you know better. It is the water, the flies, the heat, the parasites living inside every sip, every bite, every breath. You drink because you must. You eat because you must. And you wait, knowing that illness can find you at any moment. The horror of injury. The fields are not gentle. A twisted ankle while carrying heavy loads. A cut that becomes infected beneath layers of grime. A fall from scaffolding while building a temple wall. You've seen men crushed beneath falling stones, their bodies broken and twisted like papyrus reeds in a storm. There are no physicians for men like you, only healers who mix honey, herbs, and spells, hoping the gods will listen. Sometimes they do, often they don't, and when the injury lingers, When a man cannot walk, cannot lift, cannot work, he becomes dead weight. The temple does not feed those who cannot serve. The scribes do not erase debts for the crippled. The overseers do not offer sympathy. The man's family starves. The man starves. The man fades. The horror of birth. You have watched your wife give life, not once but many times. Each time you hold your breath as she screams beneath the weight of it. Each time you watch the village women surround her, whispering prayers to Hathor as sweat pours from her face, as blood stains the woven mats beneath her. Each time you wait to hear the child's cry. Sometimes the cry never comes. Sometimes it comes, but fades after a few days or weeks, the tiny body shrinking beneath fever and hunger. And even when the child survives, the fear never leaves. The priests say childbirth is a gift. They do not mention how often the gift is taken back. The horror of punishment. The law is not written for you. The scribes carry lists of offences longer than your arm, each punishable by fines, labour, lashes, or worse. To steal a basket of grain invites flogging. To speak against a priest invites mutilation. To resist a tax collector invites imprisonment or disappearance. To refuse Pharaoh invites death. You have watched punishment delivered. You have heard the crack of the staff against bare backs, the screams muffled into clenched teeth. You have seen the welts rise, the skin split, the blood mix with dirt beneath the overseer's feet. You have seen men dragged through the village, their heads bowed, their wrists bound in rough ropes. And you have learned to lower your eyes quickly, to offer silent prayers, to make yourself smaller. Because next time it could be you. The horror of famine. You've seen the Nile fail. You've seen the waters rise too low, leaving fields dry, canals empty, the earth cracking beneath your sandals. You've watched the green turn to brown, the stalks wither, the heads of grain shrink into brittle husks. You have stood in line at the temple granary, your hands empty, your stomach hollow. You have seen the scribes tally what little remains, reducing rations, raising taxes. You have watched neighbours sell their goats, their tools, their daughters, simply to survive one more season. And you have heard stories, whispered in dark corners, of those who fled into the desert, who disappeared into Nubia, into the wild, preferring the unknown to starvation. But you remain, because where else is there to go? The horror of decay. You watch your elders bend lower each year, their spines curving like old branches, their teeth falling out one by one, their skin sagging, their eyes sinking deeper into hollow sockets. They shuffle through the village like living ghosts, speaking softly, their voices thin as reed paper. And you know one day that will be you, if you're lucky enough to live that long. The priests offer explanations. They say Ma'at requires sacrifice. They say suffering purifies the soul. They say hardship pleases the gods. They say Pharaoh is watching, that the gods are watching, that order is maintained. But you know that horror is the natural state beneath their painted stories. The absurdity drips into every corner of your world. You build temples you may never enter. You farm fields whose grain you never eat. You carve statues of gods who never answer. You serve men who do not know your name. And still, you smile. You bow. You sing the hymns. You pretend balance exists. Because not pretending is worse. Because pretending keeps your family alive. Because pretending is survival. And when the weight of it becomes unbearable, when the absurdity presses too hard, you turn again to your only escape, the Blue Lotus. You unwrap the petals with careful, reverent fingers. You watch them swirl into the wine like ink bleeding into water. You sip. The bitterness is sharp, but you welcome it. The warmth spreads quickly behind your eyes, like a rising flood inside your skull. The horrors dissolve. The punishments vanish. The deaths fall silent. The overseer's voices blur into nothing. The priest's chants drift away. The absurdity softens into gentle waves that carry you beyond the reach of Pharaoh, beyond the fields, beyond the tombs. And you float. There are days when you forget how strange this world truly is. The repetition dulls you. The sameness numbs you. You wake, you work, you eat, you sleep, and the cycle spins again. But every so often, you catch a glimpse of Egypt's true absurdity, standing quietly behind the daily rituals, like a shadow that only appears when you're not looking for it. The absurdity of death worship. You live every day knowing your life holds almost no value while you breathe, but somehow, once you stop breathing, you become valuable again, not as a man, but as a body to be preserved, processed, and sold a place in the afterlife. The nobles spend fortunes on their tombs while alive, commissioning elaborate carvings of servants and food offerings they will never taste in death. Entire industries exist to serve this obsession. Stone carvers, painters, embalmers, priests, amulet makers, coffin builders. The rich will die surrounded by layers of gold, jewellery, and carefully written prayers. You'll be buried simply. If there's enough left, your family may hire someone to recite a few prayers over your wrapped body. If not, you will rest in silence beneath the dry soil, your name spoken for a while, then forgotten. The priests say that in death, Pharaoh will sail across the sky with Ra, while you, if judged worthy, may farm pleasant fields in the afterlife. Pleasant fields. Even paradise is a version of your current labour. Even paradise demands your back remain bent. The absurdity of divine signs. You have watched the priests study birds to predict floods. You have watched them examine animal livers to find the gods' opinions on taxes, harvests, or royal marriages. The signs always support Pharaoh. The signs always demand more offerings. The signs always declare balance has been restored, once you give enough. If the Nile floods, it is because Pharaoh's rule is strong. If it does not flood, it is because the people have sinned. The result never changes. The offering always increases. The absurdity of wealth. You carry grain on your back that you do not own. You build granaries whose stores you cannot touch. You carve stone for monuments to men you've never seen. You fish rivers you dare not claim as your own. Once you helped haul blocks of limestone for a new noble's tomb. For weeks you broke your body under the desert sun, pulling massive sleds across the sand, your feet blistering, your shoulders splitting beneath the ropes. And when the tomb was finished, the noble held a great feast. You were not invited. You watched from a distance as servants brought platters of honeyed cakes, roasted geese, and thick wine. The noble raised his cup to Pharaoh. The priests blessed him. The scribes recorded his generosity. And you returned home that night hungry. The absurdity of protection. You give offerings to Sekhmet to protect you from plague. You give offerings to Sobek to protect you from crocodiles. You give offerings to Bes to protect your children from evil spirits. You give offerings to Anubis to protect your dead. But still, the plague comes. Still the crocodile strikes. Still your children grow sick. Still your dead vanish into silence. The priests tell you the gods are testing you. Always testing. always measuring, always finding you lacking, the absurdity of Pharaoh. The man you serve is presented as a god, yet he bleeds, ages, and dies. When one Pharaoh dies, the next simply takes his place, slips into the same divine titles, sits on the same golden throne, wears the same symbols of eternity. The priests speak of unbroken lines of godhood, but you see mortal men dressing as gods, pretending they were always divine. You see scribes rewriting history, chiselling out names of pharaohs who fall from favour, replacing them with others. Even divinity can be edited. Even gods can be forgotten. The absurdity of your own survival. You eat bread filled with sand, slowly grinding your teeth into stumps. You drink beer to avoid water that may kill you. You labour in heat that cracks your skin like dry mud. You sweat through days of unbearable sun, then freeze beneath thin linen during desert nights. You pray to gods who do not answer. You serve men who do not care. You build monuments for rulers who will never speak your name. And yet, somehow, you continue. Somehow, you wake. Somehow, you stand. Somehow, you lift your hoe each morning and press forward into the same fields that have already swallowed your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather before him. The absurdity is so complete that sometimes you laugh, not from humour, but from the hollow, empty kind of laughter that bubbles up when the mind no longer knows where else to go. The priests say laughter pleases the gods. Perhaps it does. Or perhaps the gods simply enjoy watching men break beneath the weight of their own obedience. When the laughter fades, the silence returns. The heat returns. The weight returns. And the coil inside your ribs tightens again. That invisible knot that grows with each passing season. It tightens quietly, but it never leaves. And so, when the world grows too sharp, too absurd to bear, you turn again to the petals. The blue lotus waits. The wine turns dark as night. You sip. The bitterness grips your tongue like a warning. The warmth floods your head. The absurdity softens. The chants fade. The punishments dissolve. The temples blur. The gods vanish. The laughter dies. And for those blessed hours, there is only silence, only distance, only floating. There are horrors so constant that they stop feeling like horrors. They simply become normal. You learn to live alongside them, as you live alongside the Niles rising and falling, as you live alongside the heat that never leaves your skin. The horror of vermin. The rats are everywhere. They scurry along your walls at night, darting beneath sleeping mats, chewing through your stored grain, nibbling at baskets of dates and onions. They slip inside your home through cracks no wider than a reed stalk, their thin claws clicking against the packed mud floor as they search for whatever scraps your family hasn't yet eaten. You've woken to find their droppings inside your water jars. You've heard them in the rafters above your head, gnawing at the woven reed roof. You've seen them creep toward your children as they sleep, sniffing at the salt dried into their skin. You beat them back when you can. You trap them when you have the tools. You kill them when you're lucky. But you never truly rid yourself of them. They share your life. They feed from your labour. They wait for your weakness. The priests say rats are a punishment for impurity. You've heard it so many times, it barely registers now. The horror of insects. The flies never stop. Their wings hum constantly in your ears, even when you're too exhausted to swat at them. They land on your eyes, your lips, your nostrils, slipping into your mouth as you speak. You pull them out of your food, out of your wine, out of your children's hair. At times they gather in clouds so thick It feels like breathing dust. The mosquitoes bring their own special cruelty. Their bites itch for days, swelling into hard red lumps that fester when scratched. You've watched entire families taken by fever after too many nights beneath the constant sting. Your own fevers come and go, sometimes mild, sometimes sharp and burning, leaving you too weak to rise from your mat. You pray when that happens, but you know prayers don't drive out the sickness. The horror of parasites. Your belly twists in sharp cramps some mornings, your intestines pulling tight as if wrung out by invisible hands. You squat over shallow pits dug outside the house, feeling the stabbing pain as your body empties itself in fits of hot, sour liquid. You see your own children grow pale, their thin legs trembling, their bellies swollen despite their hunger. The healers offer herbs crushed into bitter powders that barely seem to help. The priests offer prayers, but the sickness always returns. The horror of rot. You have watched the bodies of neighbours swell and blacken in the heat before they can be properly buried. You have smelled the sweet, nauseating stink of death carried on the breeze, mixing with the sharper scents of dung, sweat and smoke that already fill the air. Sometimes, when famine strikes and the dead come too quickly, they are buried hastily in shallow pits outside the village. Jackals find them at night. You hear their yipping cries in the distance as they tear through rotting flesh. You wake to the sound of bones cracking beneath sharp teeth, and you try not to imagine your own body left for them one day. The horror of the priest's indifference. They walk past you in gleaming linen, their shaved heads gleaming in the sun. They speak of balance while stepping over beggars who kneel before the temple gates, their hands outstretched in silent desperation. They accept offerings with soft smiles, even as your family eats less each season. They offer blessings that cost more than you can afford. Their words are always gentle. Their eyes are always cold. The horror of the scribe's ink. They sit in shade while you sweat beneath the sun. They dip their reeds into black ink and mark small symbols onto sheets of papyrus. And with these symbols, they decide your fate. One mark adds a debt. Another mark reduces your grain. Another mark records your failure to meet your quota. The overseer's staff may bruise your back, but the scribe's marks bruise your life. The horror of Pharaoh's monuments. You help build them, stone by stone, hauling massive blocks with teams of other men. You chant songs of encouragement as you pull ropes tight against your blistered hands. You hear the cracking sound of fibres snapping as one man stumbles, causing another, then another, until the entire line collapses under the weight of one mistake. You've seen men crushed beneath falling stone, flattened into broken shapes too horrible to describe. You've seen others hauled away in silence, their bones shattered but their labour still demanded. And still, the monument rises. The walls are polished, the columns stand tall. The names of Pharaoh are carved deep, painted in gold. The priests sing, the nobles celebrate, the scribes record. No one remembers the names of the men who died beneath the stone. Their sweat dries, their blood soaks into the sand, and the monument stands eternal. The horror of being watched, always watched. The overseer's eyes track your pace in the fields. The priest's eyes track your offerings at the temple. The scribe's eyes track your debts. The neighbour's eyes track your mistakes. Even your own family watches you carefully. Not from distrust, from fear, because your failure could become their suffering. Every word must be measured, every gesture calculated, every conversation filtered through layers of caution. One careless remark overheard, one frown noticed by the wrong man, one whispered complaint carried to the priests, and everything collapses. The horror of hope. You sometimes allow yourself to imagine better. What if the floods are perfect next season? What if the scribes erase your debts? What if your children live strong, grow tall, escape the labour? What if... But the hope never lasts. Because deep inside, the system does not allow escape. The cycle feeds on you. You do not rise, you do not leave, you endure. And when that quiet horror builds inside your chest, a pressure you feel like a stone pressing into your ribs, you turn once again to the blue lotus. The petals wait, the wine darkens, you sip, and the horrors fade, the rats disappear, the flies fall silent, the parasites loosen their grip, the priests vanish, the scribes' marks dissolve into mist, the monuments crumble, the overseer's shouts turn to whispers and then to nothing, and you float, weightless, silent, free. For a few blessed hours, nothing exists but peace. Some horrors you've grown numb to. Others still have teeth. And some remain so strange, so absurd, that even now, after all these years, your mind stumbles when it touches them. The horror of divine indifference. The priests say the gods are everywhere. They say the gods hear every word you speak. They say the gods see every action you take. They say the gods judge you in life and after death. But when your child burns with fever, the gods stay silent. When your wife labours in agony, her screams echoing through the house, the gods stay silent. When your neighbour's ox falls dead in the fields, leaving his family ruined, the gods stay silent. When the Nile rises too high and washes away months of planting, the gods stay silent. Always silent. You bow to the silence. You pray into the silence. You offer your grain into the silence. You weep into the silence. And still, the priests tell you, the gods are pleased, the gods are just, the gods are merciful. It would almost be easier if they were cruel. At least cruelty could be named. At least cruelty could be seen. But silence. Silence eats you slowly. The horror of loyalty demanded, never returned. You give your body. You give your sweat. You give your years. You give your children. In return, Pharaoh gives you nothing but his shadow. The priests give you nothing but rules. The scribes give you nothing but debt. You are loyal because you must be. Because disloyalty is death. Because obedience feeds your family, at least for one more season. And yet, in your loyalty, you're invisible. No priest speaks your name in thanks. No scribe records your labour as anything but a number. No noble glances at you as he rides past. Pharaoh never knows you lived at all. You're not even part of history. You're only part of weight. You exist so others may rise. The horror of witnessing. You have seen too much. You have seen men whipped until their backs opened like split papyrus stalks. You have seen children coughing until their ribs cracked beneath their skin. You have seen neighbours disappear into debts they cannot repay. You have seen wives sold as servants to satisfy temple quotas. You have seen bodies left too long in the sun, their faces swollen, their mouths opened as though still screaming. You have seen old men collapse mid-step, their legs unable to carry one more morning. You have seen mothers forced to offer their last handful of grain to the temple while their babies cried from hunger beside them. You have seen hope rot like spoiled figs. You have seen and seen and seen, and you still see, every day, every hour, every moment, the horror of being forgotten. Your father laboured as you do, his father before him. Their names fade like carvings worn smooth by sand and wind. Your own name will vanish too. Your children may speak it for a time, their children less so. And then silence, complete, unbroken. The nobles have tombs, the priests have scrolls, the scribes have records. Pharaoh has eternity. You have dust, and the knowledge that one day even your dust will mix with thousands of others, indistinguishable, erased. The horror of how normal it all feels. Because this is life. Because this is the only life you know. Because the absurd has become ordinary. You wake before the sun. You eat your bit of bread. You work beneath the heat. You smile when the overseer passes. You nod when the priests chant. You bow when Pharaoh's name is spoken. You whisper your prayers. You make your offerings. You bury your dead. You press forward. And beneath it all, the pressure inside your ribs tightens again. That weight behind your sternum. Small at first, sharp now. You feel it more with every passing season. The heavy ache that words cannot name. It grows as the years wear you thin. As your skin weathers. As your hands stiffen. As your eyes blur. As your back hunches. As your breath shortens. The world does not change. Only you do. Only your body grows weaker. Only your spirit grows heavier. And yet, even now, even under all of it, the blue lotus waits. The petals, carefully wrapped, carefully hidden. The wine, thick, dark, ready. The ritual, precise, practiced, sacred in its own way. You drink. You feel the bitterness first. Sharp, biting, like reality itself. You feel the warmth second, rising behind your eyes, spreading through your head. You feel the release third, slow, heavy, comforting, like warm water filling your lungs. The horrors fade again. The sickness dissolves. The punishments vanish. The debts crumble. The overseers grow quiet. The priests fall silent. The scribes drop their tablets. Pharaoh's throne topples into nothing. The gods drift into the far distance. And you, at last, float. Weightless. Silent. Free. For a little while you escape the horror. For a little while you escape the absurdity. For a little while you are no one. For a little while you simply are, and you float. There is a point where your body is no longer what fails first. It's your mind. The breaking doesn't happen in one moment. There is no crack of lightning, no great collapse. It happens slowly, quietly. You simply wake one morning and feel it. Something missing inside your chest. Not pain exactly. Something emptier than pain. Something colder. Something softer than despair, but heavier than grief. You look around and see the same world you've always seen. The fields stretching wide beneath the sky. The overseers barking at men whose faces mirror your own. The priests gliding past in their perfect linen, untouched by dust. The scribes marking their tablets with careful, thin strokes. The nobles rising behind high white walls, their villas gleaming beneath Ra's light. It's all exactly as it was yesterday. And yet, inside you, something has shifted. You feel like you've stepped outside of yourself. Watching, observing, detached. The weight behind your ribs has grown so heavy now that it feels normal. It has become a part of you. A companion. You carry it through your days like a basket you no longer notice in your hands. You breathe through it. You eat through it. You work through it. You sleep beneath it. And when you dream of carrying it. It lives with you. It is you. You have learned to smile through it. The practice smile, soft, humble, careful, offered to the overseer, to the priest, to the merchant, to the scribe. A smile like a thin reed floating above deep water. Because if you let the weight show, you invite questions. And questions are dangerous. Questions lead to punishments. Questions lead to whispered rumours. Questions lead to visits from the priests. Questions lead to being marked on a tablet. Better to smile. Better to bend. Better to bow. You feel the ache in your back. You feel the roughness of your palms. The way your fingers don't straighten fully anymore. You feel the sun burning into your scalp through the thin linen. You feel the sand grinding between your teeth as the dry wind scrapes through the fields. You feel everything, and you feel nothing at the same time. The others feel it too. You see it in their eyes. The men beside you, shoulders bent, faces slack, lips cracked from dehydration. They move like shadows of themselves. Their bodies function. Their hands lift the tools. Their mouths chew the dry bread. But inside, the same cold absence has spread. You recognise it in your wife as well. In the way her songs have grown quieter. In the way her fingers pause longer between kneading the dough. In the way her eyes linger on your children with a strange, distant softness, as if memorising their faces against the inevitability of loss. She carries her own weight. She knows her own knot behind the ribs. Your children feel it too, though they do not have words for it yet. They feel it in your silences. They feel it in the thin meals. They feel it when they see your hands shake as you grip your cup at night. You used to dream for them. Dream that your son might learn to read, that your daughter might marry into a family slightly better placed, that perhaps, somehow, they might climb. But you know better now. The climb is a lie. The climb is not permitted. The cycle repeats. Your son will enter the fields beside you soon. His hand will blister, as yours did. His back will bend. His name will be recorded beside yours on the scribe's tablets. Your daughter will marry as her mother did. She will grind grain with tired arms, carrying heavy jars, her skin darkening in the sun. She will birth children on mats soaked in sweat and blood. She will pray to gods who will not answer, and one day your grandchildren will watch their parents fade, and one day your name will be dust. You stand inside this machine and feel its full size pressing against your soul. The vast, unchanging weight of Egypt. The stone monuments rising higher than any man. The temples that grow larger while your home cracks and crumbles. The tombs being built for kings who have not yet been born while you pray for enough grain to last a week. The scribes writing names of the noble dead while your own name waits its turn to disappear. The priests singing their hymns while your stomach twists itself into knots from hunger. The nobles toasting their gods while your children cough beneath thin linen sheets. And through it all, the great silence remains. The silence of Ra watching from the sky, never speaking. The silence of Pharaoh behind his walls, never seen. The silence of the gods in their gilded shrines, never moving. The silence of the overseer's cold gaze, watching every step you take. The silence of your own heart, tightening beneath your ribs, wordless, breathless. There is no rebellion. There is no escape. There is only this. The priests call this balance. The scribes call this order. The nobles call this justice. The overseers call this duty. You call it survival. And when even survival begins to feel too heavy, you turn to your last sanctuary. The only mercy Egypt offers to men like you. The petals. The blue lotus waits, always patient. Hidden beneath old cloth. Beneath the cracked chest. beneath the worn roof of your crumbling home. You unwrap them slowly, your fingers tracing their familiar softness. You poured wine, thick as blood, beneath a flickering oil lamp. You stir, you sip. The bitterness cuts through you like a blade. The warmth spreads like a rising flood behind your eyes. The pressure behind your ribs loosens. The weight lifts. The world blurs. The priests fade. The scribes vanish. The overseers dissolve. The temples crumble. The monuments fall. The sun itself grows dim. Even the gods retreat beyond the edge of sight, and you float, silent, weightless, free, for a little while. There comes a point when even dreams betray you. Sleep once offered small mercies, brief escapes into nothingness, into black silence untouched by labour, by heat, by overseers. But now even your dreams are stained. Now you dream of work. You dream of fields, of hauling bundles beneath the beating sun, of the sharp sting of rope digging into your shoulders, of the overseer's voice calling your name again and again, of the priest's chanting rising like smoke through your skull, of endless grain counted and recounted by scribes whose faces blur together into a single blank mask, of the dust swirling into your mouth until you wake coughing, of the sound of stone grinding against stone as monuments rise higher and higher above you. Even asleep you labour. Even resting you carry the weight. There is no freedom, not even in dreams. You have grown quiet inside your own skin. The world outside continues to churn, but you barely feel it now. The fields flood, and you move without thinking. The seeds are planted, and your hands know the motions before your mind speaks. The harvests arrive, and you cut and bundle with the rhythm of a man half asleep. The scribes mark your name, the overseers shout, the priests chant, the nobles feast, the cycle turns. But inside you? Stillness. Cold, heavy stillness. As though your soul has learned to crouch in the far corner of your ribs, curled tightly to avoid being crushed completely. You wonder sometimes, is this what the priests call peace? Is this what Ma'at feels like? Is this balance? Not joy, not hope, not satisfaction, but simply absence. The absence of struggle because you no longer care to struggle. The absence of pain because you have grown numb to it. The absence of desire because desire only leads to disappointment. The priests say Pharaoh's justice is perfect. The priests say suffering refines the soul. The priests say the gods reward endurance. The priests say Ma'at is eternal, unbroken, pure. You say nothing. Because what could you say? Because words have no place here. Because even rebellion inside your own mind feels exhausting now. Because resistance costs too much, even in thought. You have become part of the great machinery. Not a man, a gear, a worn, weathered gear spinning endlessly beneath temples, beneath palaces, beneath scribes' ink-stained fingers, beneath Pharaoh's golden sandals. Your neighbours feel it too. You see it written across every face. The young men still move with urgency, their backs straight, their strides quick, their eyes wide with the quiet foolishness of youth. They believe they can climb. They believe they can bargain with fate. They have not yet learned the weight. They have not yet been hollowed. But the older men, the ones who survived long enough to know, move differently. Their bodies shuffle, their spines bent like reeds under heavy winds. Their faces remain blank beneath the sun. Their eyes rarely meet yours. Because when two men who carry the same invisible burden meet, there are no words left to share. You do not speak of your pain. You do not speak of your losses. You do not speak of your hunger. You do not speak of your fear. It lives with you always, but never in words. Even grief has grown thin. When your third child did not survive the summer fever, you buried him quietly before the sun grew too hot. The priest said the proper rites. Your wife wept in silence. You held her hand at night, but no words came. What could words offer? They cannot bring back what is already dust. The grief settled inside you like silt settling at the bottom of a canal. It did not leave. It simply joined the rest of the weight. And now you no longer wait for better seasons. You no longer whisper hopes for lighter years. You no longer dream of relief. You only continue. That is the closest thing to peace this world allows you. Not freedom, not comfort, but the dull, heavy stillness of endurance. The priests say Ma'at demands harmony. The scribes say Pharaoh watches over his people. The nobles say Egypt is the envy of the world. The overseers say you are fortunate to serve. You say nothing, because saying anything would change nothing. Because you have grown smaller inside yourself. Because the world has grown too large to fight. And when the knot behind your ribs tightens again, as it always does, when the breath catches in your throat beneath its weight, you turn to your only sanctuary, the blue lotus. The petals remain where they always are, wrapped beneath layers of cloth, hidden from the eyes that watch everything else. They wait for you like an old friend. Not eager, not demanding, patient. You prepare the mixture slowly, each motion familiar, practiced, sacred in its own quiet way. The wine thickens, the colour deepens, the petals dissolve like night swallowing the day. You drink. The bitterness strikes first, the warmth spreads second, the weight lifts third. The overseers blur, the scribes vanish, the priests dissolve into mist, the monuments collapse into dust, the temples sink beneath distant waves, the gods retreat into the far corners of the sky. Even the Nile falls silent, and you float, weightless, silent, beyond pain, beyond hunger, beyond memory, beyond Egypt, for a little while. There are mornings now when you wake and forget which season it is. Not because you've lost your senses, not because your mind is failing, but because the seasons have lost their meaning. Their names are still spoken, Akhet, Pere, Shemu, but their differences have blurred into the same unchanging rhythm. Whether you stand in wet fields, or dry ones, or muddy ones, your back still bends. Whether you plant or harvest or dig, your hands still blister. Whether the Nile rises high or low, your debts still grow. Whether Pharaoh lives or dies, your burden does not change. The names of rulers may shift like the direction of the wind, but the weight remains. Always. The scribes still mark your grain. The overseers still call your name. The priests still demand offerings. The gods still watch, or don't. And so, most mornings, you wake and must search for a moment to remember. Is this planting? Is this harvest? Is this flood? Does it even matter? Because every day feels the same. A single long day stretched across years. A single long breath you never finish exhaling. Even the sun feels heavier now. Its heat presses against your skin like a weight, not light. Its rising brings no hope of renewal. Its setting brings no promise of rest. It only signals the continuation of the same endless labour. Your body has changed under this life. Your skin is leathered and dark, pulled tight against muscle worn thin by years of work. The bones beneath your eyes have grown sharp, your cheeks hollow. Your hands are twisted into shapes not quite natural anymore, fingers that no longer fully straighten, joints swollen, knuckles hardened like knots of wood. The soles of your feet are thick and cracked. split open in dry seasons, raw and sore during the floods. Your breath grows shorter. Your legs ache even before you stand each morning. Your spine hums with pain that never fully fades. And yet you still rise? Because you must. Your body is breaking, but your will remains. Barely. You've stopped thinking much about tomorrow. Tomorrow only brings more of today. The priests call this stability. The scribes call this prosperity. The nobles call this divine order. The overseers call this proper discipline. But you feel what it truly is. The slow, polite grinding down of a man until nothing remains but obedience. Even when you close your eyes at night, the labour follows. You see rows of barley stretching endlessly into the horizon. You hear the scrape of sickles cutting through stalks. You feel the mud pulling at your feet, sucking with each heavy step. You hear the overseer's voice barking your name again and again like a drumbeat. You hear the scribe's reeds scratching papyrus as they record your yields. You hear the distant chants of the priests rising into the sky, their words too soft to understand, too loud to ignore. You hear your children coughing quietly in the corner of the house, their thin bodies wrapped in worn linen. And above it all, you hear nothing from the gods. Their silence is complete. You once feared their silence. Now you accept it. Now you feel the silence is the most honest thing they've ever given you. You have stopped asking for signs. You have stopped hoping for omens. You have stopped praying for better floods, for kinder priests, for gentler scribes, for merciful overseers. You have stopped asking, not because you believe you are unworthy, but because you understand now. There is no one listening. There never was. The priests say you will find peace after death in the field of reeds. A perfect Egypt, no hunger, no labour, no pain, an eternity of ease. But even that promise feels hollow. Because you know what eternity means. You live it now. You labour through eternity already. A cycle without end. A wheel that turns whether you breathe or not. An endless sky of sameness. And in those quiet moments, when the weight presses hardest, when the knot behind your ribs twists so tightly it feels like your breath may never come again, you find yourself thinking not of paradise, but of nothing. Not of reward, but of absence. Not of gods, but of quiet. The priests call that thought heresy. But you have grown beyond fear of their words. You have grown into emptiness, into stillness, into the strange calm that comes when there is nothing left to hope for. You do not cry anymore. Even grief has abandoned you. You have seen too many die. You have buried too many small bodies wrapped in thin cloth. You have heard too many last breaths rattle in broken throats. You have stood beside too many shallow graves dug into dry soil. You have carried too many debts to the scribes that you knew would never be repaid. Your wife watches you with tired eyes that mirror your own. She knows. She feels it too. The quiet surrender that neither of you dare speak aloud. But still, there is one small place left untouched. One last sanctuary that belongs to you alone. The petals, the blue lotus. You lift the cloth. You feel the softness of the petals between your fingertips. You pour the wine. You stir. The liquid deepens into a shade darker than the night sky itself. You sip. The bitterness cuts you first. Sharp, real, grounding. Then the warmth rises. Then the weight shifts. Then the world falls away. The overseers blur. The scribes dissolve. The priests retreat into distant echoes. The monuments crumble into sand. The gods fade into formless shapes. The Nile grows still. Pharaoh's throne collapses into nothing. Even your own body seems to vanish, and you float, weightless, silent, free for a little while. There is something strange that happens once you've carried the weight long enough. The fear fades, not because danger disappears. The danger is always there, but because you no longer flinch beneath it. You simply accept it as part of the air, part of the heat, part of the world. The overseer's staff no longer frightens you. The scribe's marks no longer surprise you. The priest's chants no longer move you. Even death no longer stings as it once did. You have become hollow inside. Not empty. There is still something there. But hollow. Like a pot fired too many times. Its surface smooth. Its walls thin. Its core dry. And you walk through your days as though underwater. The voices of the market rise and fall around you. The children run and laugh in the narrow village streets. The priests glide past with their painted eyes fixed somewhere just above your head. The scribes scratch their reeds across smooth papyrus, recording debts, measuring quotas. The nobles pass by in polished chariots, their horses snorting beneath glittering harnesses. And you move through it all like a shadow, present, obedient, vanishing. Even your own voice feels distant now. The words you speak are few and small. Yes, overseer. As you say, scribe. Thank you, priest. Blessings on you, neighbour. Simple phrases, safe phrases, words designed to slip unnoticed through the world. You've learned that speaking too much draws attention, and attention draws danger. The greatest safety now is invisibility. To be unseen. To blend. To exist just beneath the eyes of those who hold your life in their hands. Your own name feels thin in your mouth, as though it belongs to someone else, as though it were written in dry sand, one gust of wind away from erasure. You wonder sometimes if you're still fully here at all, if part of you has already drifted beyond the fields, beyond the temples, beyond Pharaoh's towering walls, if part of you has already escaped. If what remains is only a shell performing the motions you once called life. You have watched others reach this place before you. The old men who shuffle through the village with hollow eyes, their backs so bent they seem to fold beneath the sun. The women who sit for hours in doorways, staring into the distance, their hands still, their faces soft with quiet surrender. The children who stop asking questions and simply follow. You have become like them, a shape that breathes, a vessel that endures. The priests call this devotion, the scribes call this loyalty, the nobles call this natural order, the overseers call this proper discipline, but you know it for what it truly is, the slow, polite death of the soul beneath the weight of endless obedience. And yet, still, even within this hollow space, you carry one secret flame. The single act of defiance is still allowed you. The smallest rebellion Egypt cannot crush. The Blue Lotus. Not spoken of. Not offered in temples. Not recorded on tablets. Not approved by priests. Not taxed by scribes. Hidden, personal, yours. You unwrap the petals like a ritual you no longer need to think through. Your fingers move by memory. The soft fabric peels away. The dark shapes of the dried petals rest in your palm, delicate as breath. You pour the wine. You stir slowly, carefully, watching the liquid swirl and deepen into a colour darker than the Nile at night. You sip. The sharp bitterness wakes you like a slap. The warmth follows, rising behind your eyes like smoke filling a chamber. The weight shifts, and then the world unthreads itself. The scribe's tablets crumble into dust. The priest's voices dissolve into distant winds. The overseers melt into shadows. The nobles fade into pale streaks of colour that vanish beyond your sight. The monuments split and collapse into the desert. The temples fall like cracked pottery, their columns sinking beneath invisible waves. The great stone faces of Pharaoh erode into sand, their wide eyes finally closing. The gods retreat beyond the stars, their forms bending and stretching until they disappear completely. Even your own name dissolves, like smoke vanishing into the evening sky. And you float. You're no longer a labourer, no longer a father, no longer a debtor, no longer a servant, no longer anything at all. There is no Egypt here, no fields, no temples, no overseers, no scribes, no priests, no Pharaoh, no gods, only silence, only stillness, only weightlessness, only floating, for a little while. The night grows heavy. The stars drift silently above the Nile, scattered like tiny fires burning across the dark ceiling of the world. The village lies quiet now. The fields sleep beneath the distant breath of the wind. The monuments stand in stillness, their carved faces gazing out over a land that never changes. Your body rests, your breath slows, your fingers uncurl. Your chest rises and falls like the slow movement of the river itself. The overseers no longer call your name. The scribes no longer scratch your debts into dry sheets of papyrus. The priests no longer chant beneath polished stone ceilings. The nobles no longer pass by in gilded carts. Even Pharaoh's voice has gone quiet. The world softens into stillness. And somewhere, beneath old cloth, the petals remain, waiting as they always do. Waiting for the next weight, the next breath, the next burden, the next release. The blue lotus waits, and you float, weightless, silent, gone.